Morning, everyone. At the outset, let me apologize for the delay in our starting this morning. As life would have it, we had some technical difficulties. We had storms last night, and we have technical issues this morning. So again, I sincerely apologize. Count it to our heads and not to our hearts. We really are fortunate and certainly excited to have each and every one of you with us this morning. I'm sure there's others that will join. So again, let me welcome you to the City of Dallas's Support of Veterans, Housing Rights and Business Opportunities. This is being sponsored by the Office of Equity Inclusion's Fair Housing Division and Human Rights Division. We are excited and want to lift up and celebrate our veterans here today during this summit program. However, much of the information that we will share will be beneficial to each and every one, regardless to whether you served in the armed services or not. So please, we are hoping that you sit back, enjoy, and are able to avail yourselves of the information and the resources that we will be sharing with you this morning. Again, we want to celebrate our veterans. They have sacrificed a lot for the freedoms that we enjoy here in this country. As a matter of fact, we all know men and women who serve in our armed forces and the veterans there, they are the backbone of this country that makes this country strong. They are the ones, they embody the courage and fortitude that is at the core of this nation's character. So we here at the City of Dallas, we want to uplift them, and we have created this program here today to provide them especially with information and resources that we think will not only enhance the quality of their life, but also help them to achieve and reach their dreams and their goals. So we're running a little late this morning, so I'm going to be moving a little quick because we have a lot of information and some excellent presenters that will be available to share information with you today. My name is Barksdale Hagans, and I'm with the Fair Housing Division here at the City of Dallas. We are an enforcement agency that has been basically certified by the federal government, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, to engage in activities to address issues of fair housing and housing discrimination. We address these issues, we investigate complaints of housing discrimination, the same as the federal government would do across this nation. We look at these issues as they relate to allegations of housing discrimination that take place within the City of Dallas. So with that being said, let me sort of share with you how we have today's program set up. We have it broken down into 2 sessions. And if you can open up the shared application for me, I'd appreciate it so I can share the agenda for the day. We have 2 sessions. We have a morning session. We have an afternoon session. The morning session will run from 9:30 here till 12 noon. We'll have a break to allow you time to have lunch. Then we'll start again at 1 o'clock. Is my technician allowing me to share the document?
12:30.
Okay. So we'll be starting back up with the afternoon session at 12:30. I wanted to share the document. Maybe they will allow me sometime during the program. Anyway, with that being said, let us move right along because again, I have a lot of information to share. We will be talking about issues in the morning session related to housing and your rights under the Fair Housing Act and the local Fair Housing Ordinance. This will be valuable information to you to help you in your pursuit to seek housing or to maintain housing. Many of you may be familiar with the subject or the concept of fair housing, but most do not understand the nuances in the application of the law and how it can help you in protecting your rights. So we're going to talk in great deal about that this morning. With that being said, oh, great, okay. So I can't share, no, this isn't the item that I need to share. So if we can take this down.
Barksdale, is this what you would like to have shared?
No, ma'am. So
Okay.
you can remove that. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I
Okay.
didn't see. Okay, yeah, that'd be great. I had a second one that I was pulling up. But yeah, the print is small, but as you can see, it outlines the agenda for today's activities. So I'll be sharing most of the morning up until about 10:30, and then we will have Mr. James Edward from the City Attorney's Office, who will be expounding upon some nuances as it relates to one of the protected classes in our city fair housing ordinance. Then after Mr. Richards, have the pleasure of allowing a HUD employee, Ms. Eva Fulton, to share additional information about government housing programs. So with that being said, let me sort of move right along into the information that I want to share with you. Thank you for posting this. You can
Sure.
read it there. So what I need each of you to do at this moment, I want you to sort of relax, let your mind at ease, because I want you to put on your fair housing caps. We will be looking at everything through that lens of fair housing for the next hour and a half. So again, put on your fair housing cap. We're going to be looking at all these issues that I will be sharing with you as it relates to fair housing. Now, bear in mind, April is actually Fair Housing Month. And the reason being is because the Federal Fair Housing Act was adopted and passed into law in April of 1968. It was passed under Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. This was signed into law by President Lyndon Johnson. So we in the fair housing industry, we are always excited during the month of April because this is our month. We're coming to the close of it now. So this is one of the reasons why we wanted to put this program on during the month of April. So now let's look at fair housing. The concept of fair housing and the law itself deals with issues related to discrimination as it relates to people or groups trying to purchase a home, rent a home, or avail themselves of a housing related service, and they may have been treated differently or discriminated against because of their membership in any one of 7 protected classes. Those protected classes are race, color, religion, national origin, sex being gender, familial status, and the law recognizes the concept of handicap, but I will be using the term disability. So the terms disability and handicap, we'll be using them synonymously. So again, under the Fair Housing Act, it prohibits any type of discriminatory or differential treatment in someone trying to purchase a home, rent a home, or avail themselves of some type of housing related service if this discriminatory treatment may have occurred because of their membership in any one of 7 protected classes. Again, the protected classes are race, color, religion, national origin, sex, familial status, and disability. So bear in mind, the Federal Fair Housing Act, it covers everyone across the board in every state, from coast to coast, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, Alaska, and Hawaii. So wherever you go, you are covered and protected by the Federal Fair Housing Act. Bear in mind, cities, states, they can adopt their own fair housing laws. And here in the city of Dallas, we have our own fair housing ordinance. Now, these separate government entities can have their own fair housing laws, and they can add as many protected classes as they wish to the main 7. However, they cannot eliminate or remove the 7 that are recognized under the Federal Fair Housing Act. So here in Dallas, we have an additional protected class under source of income, and we will address that a little later in the program. So again, if you look here at the city of Dallas, not only do we have the 7 protected classes of race, color, religion, national origin, sex, familial status, and disability, we also have source of income. So we have a total of 8. You go to some other cities like Houston, they have maybe as many as 12, 13, or 14. If you go out on the West Coast to San Francisco or LA, they may have as many as the upper teens or 20 different protected classes. But here in the city of Dallas, we have only 8. So let's look at the law itself. We all understand what it means to be discriminated against or mistreated in trying to purchase a home, or perhaps even to try to rent a home. But the law also speaks to discriminatory treatment in someone trying to avail themselves of some type of housing-related service. So what does that mean? How does that apply to you? A housing-related service in the aspect of trying to purchase a home would be someone trying to get a loan, because unless you are flush with cash and have deep pockets, the average person can't just go out and put down cash money for a home costing $100,000, $200,000, as much as $500,000 for the purchase of that home. So they have to go somewhere to borrow that money. They may go to a bank, they may go to a mortgage company. And to do so, that would be a housing-related service. So if you are mistreated, if you're discriminated against because of your membership in any one of those protected classes to try to secure a loan to purchase a home, you have rights. And you can then contact an office such as ours to bring a complaint to show that in your attempt to try to avail yourself of that housing-related service, you were mistreated. You were potentially discriminated against. What's another housing-related service that's related to the purchase of a home? Well, bear in mind, before that lending institution will lend you any money, they're going to try to protect their collateral, that home you are trying to purchase. And in doing so, they're going to want to ensure that that collateral is protected. So they're going to request and require you to get homeowners insurance. Now, if you are discriminated in some manner because of your membership in any one of the protected classes, and you're not able to either obtain that homeowner's insurance, or they create extra burdens for you or make it difficult for you to get that homeowner's insurance, your rights may have been violated. Again, homeowner's insurance, that is a housing-related service, because bear in mind, if you can't get the homeowner's insurance, you can't get the loan. If you can't get the loan, you can't purchase the home. So those are a couple of examples of housing-related services that are related to the purchase of a home. What are housing-related services that may be related to the rental of a home? So if you're in an apartment complex, or even if you're renting a single-family dwelling, what are some of the things that you need to be able to fully enjoy and take advantage of your new home? Suppose something breaks down. Suppose you need something fixed. Well, you may call your landlord and say, look, I have a maintenance issue that I need to have addressed. I need something fixed. The water in my bathtub isn't draining, or in the sink, or I'm having problems with my lights. Well, that maintenance service is a housing-related service. You need that service to be able to fully enjoy and take full advantage of that home. So maintenance, that's a housing-related service. Can you think of any others? How about if you have bugs, whether it's gnats or, ants or even roaches? Well, again, you would call your landlord and ask them to send an exterminator. If they don't do so in a timely manner, or if the exterminator comes out and in some way imposes conditions upon you that are discriminatory in nature, that can be a potential violation of your rights, because that too is a housing-related service. If you happen to live in an apartment complex that has a swimming pool or some other type of amenity, that's a housing-related service that you are entitled to based upon your contract with that apartment complex. So any amenities that are offered that are related to your renting that property is a housing-related service, and is governed and covered under the Fair Housing Act. So that's important for you to know. So now let's take a look at the protected classes. Again, there are 7: race, color, religion, national origin, sex, familial status, and handicap or disability. So let's look at race. That's pretty easy. I go to rent an apartment somewhere and someone either denies me housing, tells me they don't have anything available, or discourages me in some manner, or they create extra conditions or burdens for me to try to rent because of my race, because I'm African American. Race deals with inherited biological or physical attributes or characteristics. So if they make it difficult for me to try to rent at their complex because I'm African American, they will have violated my rights and I can file a complaint based upon race. That's pretty easy. Or let's just say I'm a leasing agent and someone who happens to be Caucasian or white comes to rent from me and I make it difficult for them because they're Caucasian. If I do so, I will have violated their rights. Again, race is an easy concept to understand as it relates to the act. Now, color, that's different. And a lot of times people conflate the two between color and race. But they're two separate and distinct membership protected categories. Color actually deals with the complexion of a person's skin. So again, let's look at an example. If I'm a leasing agent and someone comes to me and let's just say that they're lighter complexion than I am. And let's just say I have certain attitudes regarding people who are light skinned. And someone lighter skinned comes into my office and I say, I'm saying to myself, can't stand light skinned people. I really don't like dealing with them. So when they come to apply, I make it difficult for them, or I tell them that I don't have any apartments available. And I'm doing this and I'm motivated to act in this way solely because of the color of their skin, regardless to what race they are. They may be African American, just like me, but they just happen to be lighter in complexion. So if I make it difficult for them because of this fact, I will have violated their rights. And again, this will be based upon color, not race. So that's the distinction between the two. So now let's turn our attention to the next protected class, religion. And on the face of it, that may appear to be pretty simple and understandable. You can't discriminate or mistreat someone because of the faith that they practice or their commitment or devotion to a particular faith. So let's just say someone comes in and they happen to be Muslim and I'm the leasing agent and I make it difficult for them because they practice this faith. Yes, that would be a violation of that person's rights, and I would be liable for violating the law as well as their rights based upon religion. But it not only applies to the faith that a person may practice, it may also address an issue if someone is agnostic or they're atheist and they practice no faith at all. So again, let's go back to the example. I'm the leasing agent at the apartment complex. An applicant comes in, and during the course of the application process, in the conversation, we're having small talk, and I happen to ask the applicant, well, what church do you attend? And they say, well, you know what, Hagens, I really don't believe in God, and I really don't attend church. Well, if I continue to share with them the good news of Jesus Christ, because I'm a Christian, and I try to impose my faith upon them and make this a condition of their being able to be approved for housing, I will have violated their rights. If I have someone who's already living in my apartment complex, let's just say they happen to be a Muslim, and they have items up in their apartment or symbols that reflect their faith. If I in some way make their living difficult or cite them with violations because they have these symbols, hanging in their apartment or somewhere, and I use this as a basis, I will again have violated their rights. So again, this is where religion comes into play as a protected class. Now, I forgot to mention one thing. If any of you have questions, certainly feel free to drop them in the chat box, and we will address them as we go along, and certainly by the end of this morning's session. So again, there are no dumb questions, there are no wrong questions. If you need something clarified, again, we would ask you to post that in the chat, and we will certainly take a look at those and try to address those questions for you. So we've covered so far 3 protected classes: race, color, religion. Next is national origin. So what does that deal with? National origin speaks to a particular country of a person, or where a person, may be from, their ethnicity, or it can also speak to an accent that someone may have that reflects the country of their origin. So again, let's look at the same example scenario that we've been sort of sharing this morning. I'm the leasing agent. An applicant comes in, and during the course of our conversation, they acknowledge it, and I ask them where they're from, and they acknowledge that, you know, they've been here 10 years, but they're from Russia. Well, if I then start making things difficult for them and share the fact that I really don't care for Russians, I don't like the way that I believe they have interfered in our elections, and I discourage them, or I make it difficult or impose additional conditions upon them to lease at my complex, again, I will have violated their rights. And this will be based upon national origin. If someone comes, or if I impose a policy that you have to speak English anytime you come in for services in the rental office or for any request that you make, again, that could be a potential violation under the Fair Housing Act based upon national origin. Let's just say, for the sake of discussion, someone who speaks Spanish, they're already a tenant at the complex. They're coming in to either pay rent or request maintenance service, and they have someone with them who will interpret for them, or I may even have someone on staff who can interpret. And if they're speaking and then having the interpreter, the person, translate for them, and I say, look, you need to speak English. I don't need to have anything translated. You need to speak English. You're here in this country, you need to speak English. If I approach them in that manner or make that a condition for them, I will have violated their rights under the Fair Housing Act. So again, this is another potential issue that the law covers. And again, it's based on national origin. So now let's turn our attention to protected class of sex. Sex deals with a person's gender. And in most cases, we have 2 scenarios that we primarily see as it relates to sex. One dealing with hostile environment, the other under quid pro quo. Now, hostile environment addresses issues where a housing provider creates conditions for the person that they're dealing with in a way that imposes unwelcome or sexual advances or harassment or mistreatment to someone because of their gender. So let's just say, again, looking at the scenario, a female tenant comes into the office, and I always comment on how nice she looks, about her body, and I just say inappropriate things like that to her. And if she has called to my attention, in fact, and said, look, Mr. Higgins, I don't think that's appropriate. I need for you to stop. And I continue to do so, I would be violating her rights, because I am creating or putting her in a position of feeling uncomfortable and making these unwelcome comments to her. Again, that's a violation of her rights and a violation of the law. If I have information around, whether it's, let's just say, and this is to the extreme, but if I had pornographic magazines out on the table and she's coming in, or I have some, you know, inappropriate or pornographic type information on my computer that's out where the general public or tenants can see, again, that would be a violation because I am creating a hostile environment for people of the opposite sex who would not feel comfortable under those circumstances and should not be exposed to that. So that would be a violation. Again, that is under hostile environment. And there's another scenario that creates potential violations under the theory of quid pro quo. Quid pro quo is Latin for a favor for a favor. Basically meaning you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. So an example of that would be if someone were to come in and they want to rent an apartment from me, they happen to be female, and I make a condition of their being approved for occupancy for them to go out with me on a date, or I ask for some type of sexual favor as a condition for them to rent the apartment. Certainly that's a clear violation of their rights and a violation of the law. If someone on my staff, let's just say the maintenance person is going over to someone's apartment who happens to be female, and they tell that tenant, look, I'll fix this issue for you if you go out with me on a date, or if you engage in some type of sexual activity for me. Again, that's a clear violation. And that is something that we will investigate and hold the complex and those individuals responsible for. You know, a lot of times you think here in 2021, you would not see incidents of that taking place, where you could not be further from the truth. We actually have a case now that we have filed in court against a housing provider who has tried to take advantage of one of his tenants making requests for sexual favors. So it still happens today. Some of you probably are not old enough to remember, but certainly years ago, in the early 70s and years prior to that, 60s and before, it was very difficult for women to secure housing, particularly single women, even to purchase a home. If they went in to get a mortgage, a lot of the banks and lending institutions would deny them outright, without impunity. They would say, look, you're going to get pregnant. Who knows? You'll be out of work for the next 6 to 9 months or however long. Who's going to pay this mortgage? Who's going to pay for this home? And so they would deny it. The same could happen when they went to actually rent an apartment. They would go in and the landlord would say, well, look, if you're out from work after getting pregnant, who's going to pay this rent each month? So they were being denied. So they lobbied Congress to add this category of sex, meaning gender, under the Fair Housing Act. Now, bear in mind, it only addressed these types of issues as it pertained to heterosexuals. But there has been a recent new development that took place earlier this year. President Biden issued an executive order number 13988. And it basically stated that they were taking action to prevent and combat discrimination on the basis of gender identity and sexual orientation. He made it clear that he wanted to see changes throughout the federal government for programs that are being provided to the public that may have discriminatory impacts on people who are either gay, transgender, or have identify in the community of the LGBTQ community. I'm sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied. So as a result of that, HUD issued guidance to all agencies such as ours, stating that going forward, and this took place back in February the 11th of this year, going forward, if we receive complaints where someone is being denied housing or discriminated against in some manner in their ability to either maintain their housing or to secure housing based upon their sexual orientation, or gender identity, we can now take those complaints under the basis of sex. Prior to that, we could not address those issues under the Fair Housing Act. But this has been a groundbreaking event to take place. So now, again, listen closely. If someone is being discriminated against because of their sexual orientation or their gender identity, they may now bring a complaint under the Fair Housing Act to our office or to HUD based on sex. If there are any questions related to that, certainly, again, feel free to drop them in the chat box. So now, again, we have how many protected classes? We just discussed 5: race, color, religion, national origin, and sex. Now, bear in mind, after those 5 were identified and codified under the law, there were 2 other protected classes that were still had not, and issues related to those protected classes that were not being addressed. That one of those were dealing with families with children. Families with children were having a difficult time trying to secure housing. If they had gone to an apartment complex to try to rent a home, they were being told, I'm sorry, we don't rent to families with kids, or we don't allow kids here. And there was always this notion, oh, you can't rent to families with children because those kids are bad and they will tear up this apartment or they will tear up this home. So they were quite limited in where they could go to find housing. In some instances, it was difficult if they went into a community that, a pre-planned community, they may be relegated to a certain section of that community only for families with children. So once again, they were having a difficult time, limited in their choice to where they could secure housing. So Congress, in their infinite wisdom, added an additional protected class identified as familiar status, meaning households with children 17 years of age or younger may not be denied or in some way discriminated against because they have children as a part of their family unit. Now, bear in mind, this not only applies to a parent-child household or family, it can also apply to grandparents who now have custody of their grandchildren, or aunts or uncles who may have custody of children. It may also apply to families who've adopted children, as well as foster families, foster parents who have foster kids as part of their household. It may also apply to someone who may not have given birth to a child yet, but they are pregnant at the time they are seeking housing or going through a particular situation related and addressed under the Fair Housing Act. So someone who is pregnant, and if they are in some way discriminated against because they are pregnant with child, they potentially may have had their rights violated also. So let's look at some examples as it relates to familiar status. If I have a apartment community and I have playground equipment in a certain section of that property, and I say, you know what, I think, all the families with children will probably appreciate being close to the playground equipment. And if I then relegate all applicants that have children in their household to that section of the property where the playground equipment is, and do not allow them to choose a home anywhere else on this property, I will have violated their rights. Families with children, they have a right to identify and choose a home anywhere that there's a vacant unit on their property. I cannot steer them to certain sections of the property. I cannot cluster them as a group in certain sections of the property because they have children as a part of their household. If there are policies that would limit their ability to take full advantage of amenities on the property. That can also potentially be a violation under the Fair Housing Act. So if I have some policy or rule that says that children can't be out after 5 o'clock, well, this could be a violation of people's rights who have children. They are limited in terms of what their entire household will be able to do versus those households that do not have families with children living there. So I cannot impose rules and policies that are going to restrict and limit the ability of households with children to avail themselves of amenities that are provided as a part of my business. So again, if there are any questions related to familiar status, please feel free to drop those questions in the chat box. So let's look at an issue that should be near and dear, certainly to most veterans, and I would imagine to most people today, and those are issues related to people with disabilities. If you're fortunate enough not to be disabled, I'm sure that you know of someone or you may have a relative that may be suffering with some type of disability. So this is something that we see on a regular basis here in our office. People who are disabled or have relatives that are disabled that may not be able to fully enjoy the services that are being provided or having choice, the same choices to avail themselves of housing that they wish to purchase or either rent. So again, Congress added disability as a protected class. Now, if you actually read the law itself, it's identified under the name of handicap. But again, we will use those terms synonymously. So bear in mind, one thing you need to be aware of, there's always been this notion out there, and I hear this time and time again, that as it relates to fair housing, you have to treat everybody the same. If you treat one person or one group more favorably than another, you will have violated the Fair Housing Act and violated fair housing laws. And I can understand how this notion came to be and the premise of it, and on the face of it, it sounds good, it sort of makes sense. But as it relates to people who are disabled, this does not apply and it's really not quite accurate. People who are disabled are entitled to more favorable treatment in some instances than any other group of people. They may be entitled to certain privileges that anyone else under any other protected class may not be able to take advantage of. And so I'm going to show you a few examples of that in just a moment. But before we get there, let's get a full understanding of what it means to be disabled as recognized under the law. Disability and being disabled is narrowed down to really 3 types of categories or instances. There is a general definition that we recognize under the law that basically states that a person is deemed disabled if they have a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities. Again, let me repeat that. A person qualifies as being disabled if they have a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities. So, if I have a vision impairment and I'm unable to see whether I am fully blind or partially blind, that's going to affect my ability to function, and it will limit a major life activity. If I have a hearing impairment and I cannot really hear to the full extent, that's going to affect and impact a major life activity. If I have mobility issues, whether I am relegated to a wheelchair or if I'm on a walker, if I have some other mobility issue where it makes it difficult for me to walk extended or long distances, that's going to affect a major life activity. And that is identified as being disabled under the Fair Housing Act. There are two other ways in which a person can qualify as being disabled. The second would be if they establish having a history of being disabled. So you may ask, what do you mean establish a history of being disabled? Let's go back to the scenario, to the example. Let's just say for the sake of discussion, as opposed to me being a leasing agent, I'm going to actually be the applicant and the tenant in this situation. So I moved to an apartment complex in 2017. When I moved there, Ms. Smith happens to be the leasing agent that ran my application, made sure it was approved, helped me to move into an apartment. When I moved in at the time, I provided information to her that I received SSDI payments. It's been approved through the Social Security Administration. I provided her with my award letter. I even provided her with a statement from my doctor to confirm that I am in fact disabled. Ms. Smith, she works there for the next couple of years. And then in 2019, she moves to Houston to start her own business. So the complex then hires Ms. Jones to take her place. Well, Ms. Jones comes to work there, and let's just say for the sake of discussion, my disability happens to be, I suffer with PTSD. And when I'm basically on my medications and receiving treatment, you wouldn't even know that I have this disability. But it just so happens during this particular week here in April of 2021, I'm off my meds. I've been off my meds now for about 2 weeks. I haven't been seeking treatment like I should. So I'm a little edgy. I'm a little edgy. And I happen on this particular day to have a maintenance issue. The water isn't properly draining from my sink in the kitchen as well as in the bathroom. It's backing up and it's not going down. So I call the rental office and I keep getting a busy signal. So it's not getting through. So I go over to the office. I arrive there. Ms. Jones is on the phone. She's talking to someone in corporate and she sees me as I come in. She's on the phone. She's, Mr. Higgins, I'll be with you in just a moment. And so again, I say, okay, and I sit down. Wait for 5 minutes. She's still on the phone. So I'm starting to get a little more agitated because she's not acknowledging me and talking to me. So again, she sort of, I'll be right with you. And so another 5 minutes pass by. It's now 10 minutes going on 15 minutes. I stand up, I start pacing. I'm pacing there in the rental office. I'm walking back and forth. She sees that I'm a little agitated. So she said, oh, I'm sorry, look, I'll be with you. Look, this is my boss. I need to, finish this up. I'll be right with you. So again, 15 minutes has passed now and I'm through. I'm done with this. Again, I'm not on my meds. I'm real irritated and I go and I slam my hand down on her desk. And I say, you look here, you B. I have an issue. I've tried to call on the phone. I can't get through. Look, you need to send somebody over right away to fix my problem. My water won't go down. You better send somebody right away. And I don't care who it is. I don't care if you come over, but y'all better get somebody over here right away. And I start cursing at her. And she said, whoa, wait a minute, Mr. Higgins. Look, I told you I'll be with you. You need to calm down. I said, no, you need to calm down. I'm getting sick and tired of y'all. I pay my rent each month. I pay on time. You need to send somebody over there to fix this problem. And I walk out and I slam the door. Well, she issues me a lease violation. And included with that is a fine for $50. And so I go back to her after receiving the notice and I said, look here, Ms. Jones, I'm sorry. I suffer with PTSD and right now, my medications run out and I'm a little low on money, so I've been unable to get my meds. So I really apologize for that. I didn't mean anything. It wasn't personal. She said, well, I'm sorry too, but you had no business coming in like this and you're gonna have to pay this fine. So I walk out, I'm disappointed, and I go down to City Hall to the local fair housing office here in the city of Dallas, and I file a complaint against Miss Jones and the apartment complex. What do you think it's based on? It's based on disability. And so during the course of the fair housing office's investigation, they go in and they talk to Miss Jones. They ask her about the incident. They say, yeah, Mr. Hagan's here. He's filed this complaint based upon, saying that his rights have been violated under the Fair Housing Act. And it's based on disability. And Ms. Jones says, well, what do you mean? He's not disabled. He's just trying to use that as an excuse to get out of paying this fine. There's nothing wrong with him. I see him all the time, and there's not a thing wrong with him. And they say, well, I don't know about that. So they asked to see all the records. The investigators going through the file, and they see all my documentation that I provided to the complex to Ms. Smith when I moved in. They see my award letter, they see the letter that I provided from my doctor, and it all confirms that I am in fact disabled. At that point, they go back to the complex and they go back to Ms. Jones and they say, well, here's the information right here that confirms that he's disabled. Are you sure? You should have known about that. You work here, right? He said, well, I didn't know anything about that. Well, look, I established a history when I provided them with this information. When I informed them when I moved in, at that point, I established a record. I established the fact that I am disabled. So they were at that time on notice from that point going forward that Mr. Hagan's is disabled. So again, any of you out there, if you move to purchase a home or you're renting a home, and if you notify that housing provider or whomever you are dealing with up front that you are disabled, you are establishing a record with them then. You are establishing a history regarding your disability. You don't have to go into detail about what that may be, but you have at least established the fact that you are disabled. So that's the second criteria. The first, again, is the definition under the Act. The second is establishing a history. Now, there's a third way in which a person can qualify as well. That is if someone is perceived or regarded as being disabled. So you might say, well, what does that mean? Being regarded as disabled, being perceived as disabled. So let's give you the scenario again. This time, I'm the applicant going to the office to rent the apartment. So I walk into the apartment complex, and Ms. Hernandez, she's the leasing agent. Now, bear in mind, I have a birthmark on my face. It's a discoloration up here, and it's a big blotch that's much lighter than the complexion of my skin, or it may be vitiligo. And so you got this blotch on my face, but also let's just say I'm growing in my beard. And for those of you who are accustomed to growing facial hair, you know when it first starts to come in, it may make your face itch a little bit. So we're here, it's 2021, we're still going through and working our way through a pandemic. I have on my mask, but she can still see, this blotch on my face, and I'm rubbing my face, and I'm coughing through my mask. But she sees that I'm itching, and she, Ms. Hernandez, she doesn't know what's going on. So she sort of keeps me at arm's length. She doesn't deal with me. I ask her if she has a one bedroom available, and she says, oh, well, no, not really. And in fact, let's just say she has two, but she tells me that she doesn't have any. And she says, you know what? The place down the street, they have plenty of them from what I know. You may want to try going down there. And I asked, well, okay, that's good, but can I see a model in the meantime? And she said, oh no, I'm sorry. The model is we're doing some work in there, and it's not ready to to be shown to the public right now. So no, I can't really take you to see the model. I said, well, okay. Well, I really like it here. Can you put me on the wait list? And she says, well, you know what? There's plenty of people already out there. Are you sure? Because you're gonna have a long wait. So I mean, yeah, I guess I can put you on there, but don't look forward to us giving you a call anytime soon. So afterward, I leave, and I happen to learn of the two apartments from an outside source that there were two apartments available. I go, I file a complaint with the Fair Housing Office, and I tell her, you know what? I could tell this woman, Ms. Hernandez, she kept looking at me and looking at my face. And if I coughed, she would back up. And so, you know what? I think she thinks I'm disabled. I have some type of, terminal condition or something. And she didn't want me to live there at her apartment complex. So I filed a complaint based on disability. So they take the complaint. There, in the course of the investigation, they go and talk to Ms. Hernandez and owners of the apartment complex, and they say, Mr. Hakens filed a complaint based on disability. But it comes out during the investigation that I'm not disabled at all. So they say, well, how did we violate his rights based on disability if he's not disabled? Hey, he doesn't even, we don't know anything about that. You claim he's not disabled. How can he claim that his rights are violated based on disability? Well, the Fair Housing investigator explains to him. However, based on the information we have, it appears that Ms. Hernandez, when she was interacting with him, she thought that he was disabled. And she engaged with him and treated him the way she did based upon that perception. She perceived him as being disabled, and she discouraged him from renting an apartment at your apartment complex. Let's just say I come in after a weekend of playing tennis and I sprain my ankle and I'm limping and I have a slight sprain. Well, that's not a disability that's going to substantially limit a major life activity, because in a couple of days I'm going to be fine. So that does not qualify as a disability under the Act. But if someone in that rental office discourages me, or if I'm living there and they don't provide me the service that is promised under my contract based upon that perception that they believe I'm disabled, that would be a violation of my rights under this criteria, because they perceive or regarded me as being disabled. So you may have instances where you may not be disabled, but you're being treated as though you're disabled and you're being denied housing in some manner because of it. If that's the case, please contact us so that we can follow up and look into those issues for you. So that's the qualification that you must first meet to be able to file a complaint under disability. Now, I need to make a clear distinction for you before we go any further, because a lot of times people conflate or they misconstrue the rights of the disabled under the Fair Housing Act versus the rights of the disabled under the American with Disabilities Act. Those are two separate and distinct laws, and they address different issues. But I know here in our office, a lot of times we'll have people come in wanting to file the complaints, and they'll say, I'm disabled, and this person, they violated my rights and they discriminated against me under and pursuant to the ADA. So let me give you a quick example and explain to you the difference between the two. The Americans with Disabilities Act, it governs certain aspects of employment, and it addresses issues of accessibility as it relates to public accommodations, not housing. Again, the ADA addresses some issues related to employment, as well as accessibility requirements for public accommodations. So you may ask, okay, well, what's public accommodation? How does that apply? Public accommodations are commercial or retail establishments. So if we're talking about you going to a restaurant, or going to the bowling alley, or going to the movie theater, anything or any type of establishment like that is a public accommodation. And so if they do not have the configurations of those establishments designed and created in a way to provide access for the disabled, they could be in violation of the American with Disabilities Act. Now, again, the Fair Housing Act does not address anything related to that. The Fair Housing Act only addresses issues of discrimination as it relates to a person or a group's housing. But bear in mind, there is a slight overlap between the two. As it relates to housing under the ADA, they can address issues from, and we're talking about at a business or an apartment complex, from the street to the parking lot that provides access to the rental office and in the rental office itself. That is all that the ADA would govern. Nothing beyond that point. Again, the ADA will govern any issues of possible housing discrimination as it relates to accessibility, being able to access or have full enjoyment of the parking lot area, the parking lot, and access into and in and around the rental office. Nothing beyond that point. Now, as we again look at the Fair Housing Act, the Fair Housing Act addresses everything from the street, parking lot, the rental office, the apartments, the pool area, the exercise room, everything on that property, from front to back, side to side. The Fair Housing Act takes into its governing authority everything on that property. So that's the difference between the two. So let's look at some of the issues, some of you who may be disabled or someone that you may know who's disabled, some of the things that they may happen to experience and how the law as it pertains to the disabled could apply and assist them. Now, bear in mind, under the Fair Housing Act, there are certain requirements for properties that are based for multifamily housing after the date of March 13th, 1991. Any newly constructed housing that is built as a multifamily complex that has 4 or more units must be fully handicap accessible. Again, any type of complex built after March 13th, 1991. If a property was built prior to that date, they do not have these same requirements related to accessibility placed upon them. And there may be certain things that they still must do to comply with the law, but as it relates to being fully accessible, they do not have that requirement placed upon them. Again, the key date is March 13th, 1991 for all newly constructed multifamily housing complexes. The same could apply for a complex that was built prior to that date if the owners of that property fully gut and basically rebuild, so to speak, that apartment complex. It would be the same as if they almost built from the ground up. So if they go out and gut out all the units in the rental office and just do rehab and construction on those buildings and those units, they too will now be required to have fully accessible units that comply with the law. So fully accessible means that there must be accessible ingress and egress, meaning be able to get in and out of the rental office without difficulty, into the apartment units, and all the amenities that are provided without any type of difficulty for someone who is disabled. Door handles, as opposed to having a knob, must have levers, because someone who does not have strength or have some other physical limitation may not be able to grab and turn a doorknob. The doorways must be widened to allow access for someone in a wheelchair. There must be reinforced walls so that if someone needs to have grab bars installed, and this is particularly in the bathroom, they will be able to do so. Bathroom spaces, kitchen spaces must be built large enough to provide maneuverability for someone who is also in a wheelchair. There must be also construction built in a way to have adaptive design features for switches, such as the light switch or outlets in the wall. So if someone is in a wheelchair, they'll be able to reach that. So these are the accessibility features that are required for properties built after March 13th, 1991. So certainly be mindful of that. So again, I mentioned earlier that the disabled, they are entitled to certain privileges that people who would find membership under the other protected classes cannot take advantage of. So what do you mean by that? People with disabilities, they can make a request to have certain items made available to them. We identify them basically as reasonable accommodations. So they can be accommodated in a way where they have more favorable treatment than anybody else. So what does that specifically address under the law? Well, request for reasonable accommodations means that someone who is disabled may ask for a change or some type of modification in a rule, policy, service, or practice that will allow that person who is disabled to fully enjoy and take advantage of their housing situation. Again, a reasonable accommodation will deal with any type of change to a rule, a guideline, a practice, or a service that will allow that disabled person to be able to fully enjoy and take advantage of their housing. So what's an example of that? Let's just say I'm in an apartment complex, I'm a tenant there, and again, I'm on disability, I get my disability check, they deposit it into my account on the 6th of each month. So I don't have access to that money until the 6th of each month. Let's just say the apartment complex where I live, they happen to have a rule that all rent is due on the 1st. However, they offer a 2-day grace period. But anything paid after the 3rd, you will be assessed late fees. So this is the rule. This is the practice there on the property where I live. I'm aware of that. But I'm in a difficult position because I don't get my disability payment until the 6th of the month. And I'm entitled to this disability payment because I am, in fact, disabled. So I approach and I go to the rental office. I talk to the leasing agent there, Miss Hernandez, she's working there. And I said, look here, Miss Hernandez, I understand y'all have a rule. The rent must be paid by the 1st of the month. But I'm in a bit of a quandary here. I'm really, I have a tight issue here. I don't get my money until the 6th. I'm dependent upon my disability payments to pay my rent. And so I really can't meet your rule here and pay even by the 3rd because I don't get my money until the 6th. So I need to make a request for a reasonable accommodation. And I'm asking you to waive your rule and allow me to pay by the 7th or the 8th. And if I don't pay by that date, you can hit me with as many late fees as you wish. But because I am disabled, I'm asking you to waive that rule for me. Now, bear in mind, anytime a disabled person makes a request for an accommodation, there has to be a connection or a nexus between their disability and the need for that accommodation. There has to be a connection between the two. So when I speak to Ms. Hernandez, I'm saying because I'm disabled, I receive disability payments, but I don't receive the payment until the 6th of the month. So I can't meet their deadline. This is the reason why I am asking them to waive the rule to allow me to pay by the 7th or the 8th. Now, just based on those set of facts, it would appear pretty reasonable for them to grant that accommodation, to grant my request. Now, there may be someone else on property who would look at that and say, oh man, why are they allowing this guy Higgins to have this accommodation to pay by the 8th? Why can't I do it? Well, unless they are disabled and are in a similar situation, they do not have the right or the privilege to make that request. You must be disabled. There must be a nexus between the disability and the accommodation that you're requesting for you to avail yourself of that service. Now, suppose I went to them and said, look, I'm disabled. I don't get my check until the 6th. However, I'm asking you to allow me to pay by the 20th or the 25th. Well, that may not be quite as reasonable under the circumstances. So that housing provider, Ms. Hernandez and that complex, they may, under those circumstances, have the right to deny my request. Again, they must be reasonable requests for accommodations. And the same may apply if that disabled person is asking for a modification. Modification is a structural change to the unit or something to allow that disabled person to avail themselves and enjoy their living environment. So if I move into an apartment that was built prior to March 13th, 1991, the doorways are wide, and let's just say I'm in a wheelchair and I can't get from one room to the other, I can approach and make a request to the apartment complex to widen the doorways so that I can then be able to get from one room to the other without difficulty. That's a reasonable request. And so under those circumstances, then the apartment complex would then try to work with me to have that take place. Now the question comes up, who bears the cost of widening the doorways? Now again, we have to look back to that March 13th, 1991 date. If the property was built after that date, the property would, and the doorways are still not wide enough, the properties, generally speaking, would be responsible for the cost of widening that doorway, or if I need grab bars for installing those grab bars. However, if the property was built prior to March 13th, 1991, the cost may be on me as the tenant. They have to work with me to allow me to have the work done, and they can approve who I hire to do the work. However, I still may be responsible for paying to have that work. Even if the property was built prior to March 13th, 1991. If that property receives some type of federal funding, whether it's a loan from the federal government or some type of grant, they would then be responsible for the cost of the installation or the construction that's being requested. So that's just the difference there between the two. Now, bear in mind, anytime you make a request for an accommodation or a modification, your landlord has a right to ask for verification. Now, they are limited in the extent or how far that they can go to get verification, but they do have a right to do so. They may have you have whomever is treating you, your physician, to call them so that they can understand how best to assist you with the accommodation or modification that they need. If you provide them with information that does not substantially identify or provide them with sufficient information to understand how to accommodate you, again, they may ask for additional information to verify. Now, when you make these requests for the accommodation or modification, you don't have to use magic words. You don't have to use the words accommodation or modification, as long as you can articulate it in a way to convey what you need to that housing provider. So if I go and tell my housing provider, look, I can't pay my rent on time, I'm on this disability, look, can you waive that deadline and allow me to pay by the 8th? I promise you I'll pay by that deadline, but I just can't make it and pay by the 3rd because I don't get my money by then. If I share that information, that should be sufficient enough, because they are the professionals to understand and know what the fair housing laws are and what their responsibilities are under the law. So there are no magic phrases, no magic words to convey what you need to have an accommodation. The disabled person does not have to make the request themselves. A family member can make the request on their behalf, or if they have a caregiver, the caregiver can make that request on their behalf. So it does not have to be the disabled person. So there is some flexibility provided for the disabled person to avail themselves of this service. Now, I'm going to shift gears for a moment, and I want to speak to an issue that speaks directly to the veteran community, and that as it relates to the protected class of source of income. Now, again, source of income is not identified under the Federal Fair Housing Act. However, it is addressed in the city's fair housing ordinance. We have that additional protected class. And under that protected class, it allows anyone to qualify for housing as long as they have a legitimate legal source of income to qualify for housing. And this is primarily, in most cases, rental housing. So if you have your primary source of income is a disability check, or if someone is receiving, let's just say, spousal support, or they're on, as long as you meet the criteria, if let's just say the complex is asking for 2 times the rent or 3 times the rent, as long as you have sufficient income and funding to meet that criteria, they cannot deny you housing based upon your fact that it is not income based upon a job. But again, there are certain aspects and nuances to even this particular protected class that I think will be helpful to you, particularly those of you in the veteran community. So I'm going to turn it over now to a colleague from the City Attorney's Office, Mr. James Richards. This man, I tell you, he has experience understanding fair housing laws. He works with our office. Matter of fact, when we have cases that we need to take to trial, this is the gentleman that we turn to because he's an expert in that field. Mr. Richards is a graduate of the SMU Law School. He came to work here at the City of Dallas in 2017. And so we are more than pleased, and he's been an asset and a treasure to our office. So I'm going to turn it over now to Mr. Richards. Please welcome him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. It is great to be here. Thank you for inviting me to this panel, and I'm very happy to be able to talk about the source of income discrimination that many of the veterans hopefully don't experience, but potentially could. I want to kind of start by giving a little bit of a history on source of income discrimination. In 1971, the state of Massachusetts enacted the first statute to prohibit what has been coined source of income discrimination at any governmental level. Source of income discrimination is generally defined as a landlord's use of certain types of a prospective tenant's lawful source of income. This includes Section 8 vouchers as a basis for not renting a housing unit. Essentially, we are talking about when a landlord refuses to rent to a prospective tenant solely due to the source of income the prospective tenant will be using. It excludes other types of, or it includes instance where the person otherwise completely qualifies, and the only thing that might disqualify them is that voucher. And that's what we're talking about. For a variety of policy reasons, some states and municipalities throughout the country have adopted one form or another of laws or ordinances prohibiting source of income discrimination. Until 2014, there were no governmental units in Texas that had enacted legislation that related to the source of income discrimination. That changed in December of 2014. The city of Austin enacted an ordinance prohibiting source of income discrimination. And after that, the city of Dallas began considering the adoption of a similar ordinance. And this got the policy discussion started down in Austin with our state legislators. And in response, the Texas legislature enacted Section 250.007 of the Texas Local Government Code, which prohibits a municipality or county from adopting an ordinance or regulation that prohibits source of income discrimination. Effectively, our state legislature said, housing providers, you can do what you want regarding vouchers. If you don't want to accept vouchers, you don't have to. No one can make you. No one can say you have to accept these vouchers. Now, even though this law was in place, in October of 2016, the city of Dallas enacted an ordinance amending our Fair Housing Ordinance, which is Chapter 20A of the Dallas City Code. And this new ordinance prohibited source of income discrimination to the extent allowable under state law. Now, just real quick, I think it's important to note that the city of Dallas is considered a home rule city. And a home rule city is any city that has over 5,000 residents and in their charter enacts certain, makes certain statements to establish that it is a home rule city. And the benefit of being a home rule city is that instead of the state legislature telling you what you can do, the home rule cities, like the city of Dallas, get to look to the Texas state constitution and to the state legislature solely for limitations on its authority. So if there is nothing saying you can't do A, B, or C, then a home rule city can completely do that. So, this kind of leads to the question, well, if the city of Dallas has this ordinance that says to the extent state law permits, then what exactly has been permitted by the Fair Housing Ordinance in light of that Section 250.007 of the Texas Local Government Code? And that, I think, is answered because in that section, paragraph B states, this section does not affect an ordinance or regulation that prohibits the refusal to lease or rent a housing accommodation to a military veteran because of the veteran's lawful source of income to pay rent. So what does that mean? That means municipalities and counties are able to adopt ordinances and regulations that prohibit refusal to accept a housing voucher from a veteran. It's very narrow in what is allowed, but veterans are able, within the city limits of the city of Dallas, to use a voucher. And if they are refused solely because of that voucher, then there is the ability of that veteran to go to our Fair Housing Office and to file a complaint, which the city can then investigate and prosecute if that is what is required. So, veterans, if you are using a voucher, please do so within the city of Dallas. I would like to, if there are any questions about this, I know this is really short because really all there is on this pertains to this one small sliver of source of income discrimination, since it's according to our legislature, source of income discrimination is allowed within the state of Texas, except against veterans. And the city of Dallas has enacted an ordinance that prohibits source of income discrimination against you veterans. It's very straightforward, very cut and dry. So I'm going to pause for a couple minutes, see if there's any questions.
If any of you have any questions, certainly feel free to drop them in the chat box and we can take a look at those and try to address them for you. And then at the end of this morning session, I will also post information in which you can contact if something comes to you later on, whether it's later on this afternoon, tomorrow, next week, or next year. So you don't have to feel stressed or under pressure to try to think of something now. If something comes to you later, we'll provide you with information on how to reach us. Thank you, Mr. Richards. That was very good and most helpful. I hope that the veterans that we have on and attending today will be able to at least have a better understanding of how they can exercise their rights to use even just regular housing vouchers to secure and qualify for housing.
Of course. Thank you, Barksdale.
All righty. Take care.
You too. Have a great day.
Thank you. As some of you in the veteran community may also be aware of the fact that there is a special program for veterans to secure housing, and that is under the VASH VA Support and House Program. VASH stands for Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing. And this is a program that combines housing choice vouchers, rental assistance for homeless veterans with case managers and clinical services provided by the VA. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. Our next guest may want to speak to that and do a deeper dive on that subject, but I did want to at least bring that to your attention. So veterans, not only are you, or put it this way, you have access to use the regular Section 8 voucher program, as well as a program designed and created specifically for you under the VASH program. So as we turn our attention to government programs that have been created to address the needs and issues related to veterans, we want to hear from an expert, someone who can really speak to these programs and share with you information that will be able to assist you to avail yourselves of all the options and opportunities that are incumbent in these government programs. We have the benefit and the privilege of having Ms. Eva Fulton, who is the Division Director from the Office of Public and Indian Housing, to share with us this morning regarding these programs. Ms. Fulton is a combat veteran from the Gulf War while serving in the United States Army as a paralegal in the Judge Advocates General Corps. She graduated with a BA and an MBA in Business Administration from Dallas Baptist University. Bear in mind, she represents Region 6 as the Regional Veterans Affinity Group Coordinator, and she is also a VAG, which is the Veterans Affinity Group. She's a VAG board member. She was a finalist for the Federal Employee Woman Veteran of the Year in 2019 with the Women Veterans Interactive. Also, in August of last year, she graduated as a Newmark Fellow from the University of San Francisco, working with an MPA in public leadership. She was featured in newspapers, articles, and she has done interviews on many radio shows. She's founded several Facebook groups, including the North Texas Women's Veterans Group, and serves as chaplain for the Women's Veterans of America, the Denton chapter, number 48. She's also a published author. She's published a book called Welcome to My People Garden. And she's also a filmmaker. She has produced a documentary of her own story entitled From Pain to Purpose, her second service story. And this is about her life and the challenges she experienced as a woman veteran in the post-military service. So look, we are just so excited to have Ms. Fulton here today. So I'm going to turn it over to her. Thank you so much. Please welcome Ms. Eva Fulton.
Hi, thank you, Barksdale, for having me. I really appreciate the extended offer to include the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and I work in the Public and Indian Housing Office here in the Fort Worth Field Office. So I'm going to share a presentation that I have put together. We were originally going to show my film, but I think this is actually a good way of going ahead and making the transition to support what your program's about. So, so one of the projects that I worked on last year with my capstone project with my master's program in public leadership was, obviously it's part of it is just looking at who we are, right? Women veterans. And though I'm going to focus some of these next stats on women veterans, obviously the program that I'm going to be talking about with Housing Choice Vouchers and VASH vouchers obviously are applicable to men as well. So women veterans comprise the fastest growing segment of the homeless veteran population. And in 2017, each year we do a homeless count and realize that there were over 40,000 veterans were homeless in a single night in January. Sorry, my dog wants to say hi to everybody. Hi, Jaja. And of that, 9% were women out of the population of more than 2 million female veterans. That was in the period from 2016 to 2017. And the number of homeless female veterans have increased by 7% compared to 1% of males. This is the demographics of what those numbers look like. So you can see the age groups down here on the bottom. 20 to 24, 25 to 29, 30 to 34, 35 to 39, 40 to 44, 45 to 49, 50 to 54, 55 to 59, 60 to 64, and it goes down. You can see that the largest population of veterans is that 55 to 59 age group. This is the population of women veterans as of 2017. The VA projection totals are looking like this. So you can see the change. Not sure why it's not showing all the bottom of it, but you can see that the change for females is increasing, and you can see the groups of silent generation are the ones before World War II, the baby boomers, Generation X, millennials, and centennials. Those are the newer ones getting out. Here's the race and ethnicity of what that breakout looks. So you can see there is a decline in the number of white alone. There may be some mixed categories of their race and ethnicity, but we're seeing the two or more races, you can start seeing that one's actually increasing just slightly. Beginning in 2016, the Gulf War era veterans, of which I'm a cohort, is the largest group of veterans who are in the population right now. And you can see in the map below that you've got this huge dark area of green that's in California, up here, and this area in Illinois. But we're going to be seeing way more here in Texas. You can see the projection that California in 2017 was the most. They're projecting Texas to be the most in 2027 and 2037. And right now we're in second, but it's growing. And here in particularly North Texas, those numbers account for, at least on the women veteran side, about 16,000 women veterans, and it's growing all the time. We have, part of the introduction is that I have several Facebook groups that I manage. We have people who are contacting us from Minnesota, from Florida, North Carolina, California, all over. People are moving here. So, and I'll get to that part of the impact of people moving here too. So what are the causes of women veteran homelessness? So there's usually some kind of a catalyst event. And obviously health is an issue, and hopefully getting connected in with their VA benefits, their identity. And what do I mean by identity? A lot of women veterans don't even recognize that they are a woman veteran. And it's really something that's kind of been, I guess, handed down from women who were in Vietnam and Korea. There were women boots on the ground in Vietnam. That's the highest category right now of the women veteran population that you saw on the other slide. And that's because they didn't understand that, yes, they served in the military, but it wasn't necessarily it wasn't called the military back then. So putting on that veteran hat was not something that they knew to do. Because they just, when they got out, and I say it's me too, because I am a woman veteran. I took off the hat from the military, I put on mom hat, I put on wife hat, and I didn't make the connection that I needed to put on a veteran hat to take care of my health. And that could lead to instances with job loss, family situations. PTS stands for post-traumatic syndrome, and MST is military sexual trauma. I have put in the chat a number of links. That last one is my personal film and my story. And my friend Julie she's the co-pictured there with me. That was a day when I took, I filmed her story last year. So she's a VASH voucher recipient in one of the local housing authorities. So what are the resources that are available to a veteran? You've got the VA, HUD, and housing authorities, other veterans, social media, community, nonprofits. Those nonprofits are going to be like Family Endeavors and others that can specifically help wounded warriors, any of those, right? Veteran service organizations are out there, the veteran service officers in each county. Some cities have a VSO, church, and your friends. So what are the obstacles? Now you'll see I listed the VA there again. In this presentation, the first half of this was part of what I had prepared for the backup to the film. So just kind of take it into context that this was a capstone project to help focus on what the issues are with homeless women veterans. So for us, the VA can also be an obstacle. Yes, it's a resource, but it can be an obstacle because for somebody who might be suffering from military sexual trauma, dealing with other veterans in such a large place could trigger an emotional response. Obstacles are children. And I don't mean that having children is an obstacle, but when you're trying to figure out how to manage what the resources are and being able to get to your appointments, which goes into your transportation, you feel like you're focused on what I need to do to take care of my kids, and you stop thinking about how do I take care of myself, which can cause the health problems. I've mentioned the military experience, military sexual trauma and PTS. Location, geography can make a huge difference, whether you're near family, near resources, or if you're living in a rural location. So obviously that gets into the separation from family. Where you got out of the military may not be where your family's located, and so you have some, other situations there. Job change. Getting out of the military alone is that's change, and sometimes understanding the difference between the experiences that we had in the military and what the civilian world is like. These are two different things, and that's why it's going to be so critical to get plugged into the veteran service organizations or other social media groups that are going to help you make those connections and feel like you're not out there alone. So the wish list that I put together, I had a list of solutions. I actually pitched this to one of our Deputy Secretary for Public and Indian Housing. She was a panelist on my capstone. So I put together this wish list of how can we help homeless women veterans in particular. Tenant protection vouchers. I think that was approved in the THUD bill, the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development bill last year. So we're waiting for those to get issued out. Project-based vouchers, those are at housing authorities, and it depends upon how it's comprised, if they have project-based vouchers with that agency. Nonprofit grants, that's if more grants are made available to nonprofits who are trying to do some housing, perhaps tiny homes or whatever, that's an option. VASH for women and children. So there's a competition for the number of vouchers that are available at the housing authorities. Family self-sufficiency program for women veterans. Part of the biggest aspect of being able to get out, and I got out with 2 children, but ended up having 2 more children when I got out of the military, and then I've since had both of my ex-husbands pass away. And for me, or maybe perhaps even for my friend Julie, and understanding the experiences that we had in the military, the things that were provided to us then are different than what is available for us in the civilian world. And a lot of the homeless housing options that are available, not just in Dallas, but Tarrant County, other locations throughout the country, there's not a lot of homeless housing that's specifically made for women, veterans, and children. And often, if, let's say you're in the Fort Worth side, if you identify, remember that's that word I said before on a different slide, if you identify as a woman veteran, they're going to send you over to Dallas for a referral. And what does that do? That's disconnecting you from maybe whatever little groups, little connections you may have had to the community. Could be church, children, the school, or whatever. And so, my wish list is that we have more homeless housing for women veterans, and being able to understand that they have some unique needs that are not normal compared to other populations that are homeless. So what are our current HUD housing resources? As Barksdale mentioned, that there is the voucher program under VASH. That's the Veterans Assisted Supportive Housing. I also kind of want to make sure that I'm covering what other housing options are available too, and they are kind of somewhat connected. So the Housing Choice Voucher is really the base voucher now that is used, and the way the programs are implemented, whether we're talking about VASH, NED, FUP, as I've listed there below, and I'll get into those as well. A lot of people think that the VASH voucher is the only type of voucher that a veteran can use, and that's actually incorrect. And I'll cover on the next slide on the process. So the Housing Choice Voucher is the root of our voucher program. That's what's listed on the left. And then we have our public housing. And I put a list in the chat for that link for the chat. That's txtha.org. That's our list of housing authorities that are here in the state of Texas. Contact information and you can put it on the map and figure out where those housing authorities are. Some may have low rent only, which is the public housing. Some may have voucher program only, and some may have a combined program of both vouchers and public housing. For those that have the voucher program, they may or may not have these other types of vouchers. I can tell you that Dallas has the VASH voucher. They have the NED voucher, which is non-elderly disabled, and they have the FUP and the mainstream voucher. And why do I need to bring those in? Because they are another alternative of availability of housing to help a homeless veteran know that they have other options if, say, for instance, there are no more VASH vouchers at Dallas Housing Authority. The other voucher types can be an option as well. So let's cover just the Housing Choice Voucher. This is about you being able to, I'm talking about you, the tenant, or if you're referring somebody, hey, Jane Doe is homeless and, she needs to get some housing assistance and she's a veteran. So the best course for her at that time, and I'm saying her, could be him, is to refer her to a caseworker over at the VA. And they have those connections to Dallas Housing Authority to be able to get those, to get started, to get the referral process going. But let's say you're not homeless, but you do need some housing, and you know that you're income eligible, and we'll cover that on a different slide, then these are those other voucher types that are available. Like I said, HCV, the Housing Choice Voucher, is our bread and butter. The non-elderly disabled voucher is just exactly what it sounds, younger than 62 and disabled. That obviously could fit quite a few people, right? If you're veterans. And the Family Unification Protection voucher, that'll come through a referral from CPS. And why do I bring that up? So as Barksdale mentioned, I'm the chaplain here locally with Women Veterans of America. I'm also the national chaplain with WVA. And we've had referrals for assistance where a woman was pregnant and living in her car, and she had a toddler. She did not necessarily have to just wait for the VASH voucher, but what if she was referred to CPS? And a lot of people think that CPS is, a difficult organization to deal with, but in this type of case, the Family Unification Protection Voucher, while CPS may take the children away temporarily, this is about helping the person, in this case, the woman veteran, get stabilized and find the house and whatever resources that she needs, and then get the children reunited. Because it's not meant in a negative context, it's meant to be able to help them in a positive way. And the mainstream voucher, that type is a referral, could be from mental health resources and other types of institutions. The other word that's on there, you'll see it bulleted under public housing, is multifamily. So while we have all these other resources that fall under public and Indian housing, multifamily is one of our sister programs here at HUD. Those are the apartment complexes that actually have the place-based assistance there on the property. And essentially, kind of the way I've always kind of understood it, explained it, is that it kind of removes the housing authority as the middleman, and the multifamily, the assistance is all this. The housing assistance is right there on the at that location, at that apartment complex. So what are the goals of HUD housing? Our goal is to provide decent, safe, and affordable housing. I mentioned that we have the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and you may have some of the housing authorities like Dallas also have a family self-sufficiency program. So what are the housing types that you, as a veteran or anybody else, may be looking for? What are the housing types? Because everybody thinks that it's going to be just an apartment. It could be a single family home. It could be a duplex or a fourplex. We are making, some housing authorities are working it into their admin and occupancy plans where it could be a group home. So let's say you had a couple of disabled veterans and they had a shared caregiver. They could live in a group home, but their voucher would cover the amount of rent for their part of for their room. Does that, if that makes sense? And don't forget, if y'all have questions, then feel free to put those in the chat. Mobile homes. Mobile home, if you know, that is actually one of the options as well. And these are going to be different amounts for the rent, obviously, because there's different utility calculations and stuff like that. And then ADA accessible housing. I know there are some apartment complex that are designed like assisted living. So so that's an option there too. So how do vouchers work? What is the general process? If we're talking about the regular HCV side, public housing side, the waiting list needs to be open. And just because you have a need, unfortunately, does not necessarily mean that the housing authority has an open waiting list. For some cities like Dallas and larger cities, they may open it one time a year, and depending upon how they have, what their waiting list policy is, it could be a lottery based on how they actually issue the vouchers. It could be like I said, it could be a lottery. It could be, if it's a smaller housing authority, it could actually be like first come in, you know, first in, first out. It goes by the numbering on the list. So the housing authority is going to manage the waiting list. A lot of people seem to think that HUD manages the waiting list, and that is not true. Each housing authority or agency is, you may hear us intertwine using the words housing authority or agency. The agency side is typically what we're referring to Housing Choice Voucher Program online. And so they manage their own waiting list, and they have their own policies for that. They tend to go ahead and put a notice on their websites. You can always call them. That list that the TXTHA list, if you're interested and you want to move to Alto, they have a voucher program, Anderson County, all the way out to Lubbock, and you just pick their voucher programs and low rent programs out there. Other ones that are operating by referrals, those are the ones that I was talking about on the other slide. BASH, FUP, and Mainstream. Those are going to be referral based, and they may have some waiting list, but generally there's not too much of a waiting list on those types. Anybody have any questions so far? So eligibility, and I posted the HCV flyer, that link in there. I kind of trimmed some of the wording down, but you can see that it's based upon the total annual gross income and family size, and is limited to U.S. citizens and specified categories of non-citizens who have eligible immigration status. some of those things are changes, so I'm not going to talk about that during this presentation. Family's income may not exceed 50% of the median income for the county or metropolitan area in which the family chooses to live. When a person goes through their briefing with the housing authority and you're doing the check with, how much your income is, they'll let you know what you qualify for to help you get an idea of starting to go out and look for a place to live. So by law, PHA must provide 75% of its voucher to applicants whose income do not exceed 30% of the area median income. But the biggest part I want you to understand when I'm talking about eligibility and we're talking about income, the way that all works out on your tenant rent portion is it's going to be the net 30% of your income is what is being paid towards rent. The housing authority is getting a subsidy, or it's really a subsidy both from the public housing program and the voucher program. That the housing authority is paying the difference to the landlord. So what is the general voucher process? So unless you were one of those categories that was a direct referral, like say you're a homeless veteran and you're going through the VASH voucher program, then you're going to be waiting for your name to come up on the list at the housing authority. And they will contact you, usually, phone, email. It depends upon the housing authority's preference on how they do that. But and letters in the mail. If you get those types of things, you need to make sure you reply. Don't let it just, don't put it on the counter and forget it, because this is your opportunity to, improve your living situation. Don't want to miss it. We have quite a few people who will say, hey, I came up on the list, but I moved and I didn't get it. And it's your responsibility to make sure that your contact information stays updated. And with whichever housing authority that you've applied to. And I say be careful that you're not, replying to any of the scam emails. And if it's not coming from a housing authority, and I told you that we don't maintain a waiting list here at HUD, don't get caught in in a scam of giving you up your personal information and it wasn't a housing authority. So your name comes up on the list and they're going to say, hey, we need you to attend this briefing. A lot of our housing authorities have transitioned to an online platform. They may do it via Zoom, Teams, whatever it is. And then they'll, tell you what they need you to send. You need to make sure you send your documents to the housing authority so they can, go through that process to see what you qualify for. So if you know that you're on a list somewhere, it behooves you to start making sure you have birth certificates, Social Security cards, income statements for veterans, that annual statement that you get at the beginning of every year. And you can also pull it down from, e-benefits. You're going to need to make sure that you have that available to be able to tell them how much money you make. And if you have Social Security, if you're getting that as well, then you need to have that statement as well. So they'll essentially issue this voucher, tell you what your price range is, and you go look for a place to live. Now they have the ability to issue vouchers in 30-day increments, and it depends upon each housing authority on what that increment, and how many renewals. If you've got 30 days, this is where we see a lot of the problems come in, is if they wait until day 29 to try and go find something, and then they say, well, I can't find anything, but you had the other 29 days to look. Start kind of getting an idea now of where would you like to live? And if you want to put your name on waiting list at an apartment complex for a smaller housing authority, that's going to be pretty critical compared to the large ones, larger housing authorities. And I'll be honest, we know here in the Fort Worth field office that the housing market is very tight. We have a lot of people moving here. People are buying houses sight unseen. They're renting apartments sight unseen. So you need to help yourself and get an idea of where you would like to live. And like I said, we recommend if you can get your name on a waiting list. There is one other website that we often refer people to. And if somebody can type it in for me, it's GoSection8. That's the number 8.com. GoSection8.com. And this is where you really you have to help yourself. Now, if you're working with a VA caseworker, they may know landlords who lease to veterans and are happy to do that. And, so that next part of it, once you find a place to live, is the request for tenancy and inspection. And that is where you're notifying the housing authority that I found a place, this is the address, and they'll coordinate with the landlord to do that inspection. And that's the end of my presentation. Does anybody have any questions? Is anybody there?
Sorry. I'm sorry, I still had it on mute.
Oh, that's okay.
No, that was excellent, and certainly the information that you provided, boy, I'm quite hopeful it'll be able to benefit some of the attendees, if not all, who are interested in trying to avail themselves of these programs. I don't see any questions in the chat right now. What I'm going to do is
I put that GoSection8.com link over there. And my contact information is there. We have our office number is monitored, and that's 817-978-5700. You'll probably get Dorinda in our office. She's the one that, does all those, return calls. I think the biggest point, Barksdale, is I want people to know that the VASH voucher is not the only housing option for veterans. There are plenty of other resources there, and don't forget to reach out, and ask questions, because the last thing we want is to have another homeless veteran, or even worse, becoming one of the 22. So
yeah. Well, I certainly learned a lot. I mean, like you said, the only thing that I was really familiar with was VASH and the regular home, housing voucher program. So no, I learned quite a bit this morning myself. So thank you so much for your time and your energy and providing us with so much useful and valuable information. Thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Well, everyone, that pretty much concludes all the information that we have for you today in this morning section. And so what we're going to do is take a break now. We'll start back up at 12:30. We'll give you time to take a break, get something to eat, and then we can get back to it. There'll be more information that will assist not only veterans, but some of you others out here who may want to take advantage of some of the programs and the information that is being provided. We certainly thank you for the opportunity to spend the morning with us. We hope that you are able to get something that will be of use and of benefit to you. again, happy Fair Housing Month to everyone. What you may want to do or you can do, you can just leave your system up and running if it's not going to complicate or compromise your system, or if not, you can get back on and join at 12:30. So again, we'll be starting back up again at that time. We have more information for you. Thank you so much again. Take care. Have a great day. Bye-bye now.
I want to thank you for spending your time with us today and for working with us to learn ways in which we can support our veteran community. One of the ways in which we can support our veteran community is by understanding that we have an active and vibrant community of veterans here in Dallas, and that many of them are business owners. To that end, we're going to have a quick panel discussion led by and moderated by Ms. VR Small. Ms. VR Small is the founder and CEO of Veteran Women's Enterprise Center. I'm going to turn it over to VR to introduce not only herself, but her esteemed panelists so that they can start this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, LaToya, and thank you for the invitation. I am honored to moderate this segment with my colleagues in the veteran business support community, all of which are committed, as I am, to ensuring that you have access to the resources that you need to succeed. As a proud Army brat and a Navy veteran, I know how hard it can be to transition from the military, as well as some of you may just be relocating to Dallas and want the lay of the land and how you can get connected to our entrepreneur community. So whether you simply have an idea or coming in with a multi-million-dollar business and you need help getting connected, I know that we can help you. So without further delay, I want to go ahead and have my colleagues introduce themselves and their connection to the veteran community. And why don't we start with Anna? Anna,
Good afternoon. Thank you, VR, and thank you, LaToya. It is great to be with the City of Dallas today. So I am Anna Baker, and I am the manager of the Veteran Entrepreneur Program at the Texas Veterans Commission. I am an Air Force veteran, and after leaving the military, I worked in technology for almost 20 years before coming to the Texas Veterans Commission. The first 3 years at the commission, I managed the Women Veterans Program, and I've been with the Entrepreneur Program for a little over 2 years now. Off and on in my life, I've had a bunch of different side gigs, and I just love the whole aspect of helping veterans start businesses, helping them live their business ownership dreams. So happy to be here today. Thank you.
Anna, thank you so much for that introduction. And now if we could have Patrick.
Well, greetings everyone, and thank you VR and the entire team for including the Veterans Business Outreach Center in this particular initiative. As mentioned, my name is Patrick E. Alcorn, and I am the director of the Veterans Business Outreach Center. I'm located at the University of Texas in Arlington. There are 22 centers such as mine across the U.S. We cover over 200 military installations across the U.S., and we are responsible for introducing the concept of entrepreneurship and self-employment to transitioning servicemen and women on over 200 military installations across the U.S. I'm specifically responsible for the installations in Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. In essence, the Veterans Business Outreach Center, we are the veterans' primary connection to SBA and SBA resource partners. As such, we provide counseling, we provide connection to mentoring through our other resource partners. We provide business plan assessments and feasibility analysis. We connect you to access to capital and to the opportunities available in the government contracting space, as well as the corporate contracting space. I'm a West Point class of '86. I spent 9 years in the military. as a combat engineer, pursuing my childhood dream, building bridges and blowing them up. As an entrepreneur, I started my first business when I came out of the military. I purchased a gymnasium in Hollywood, California. Since then, I've had 6 different businesses. 4 of those businesses are still up and running, including the one that owns and operates the Veterans Business Outreach Center. With that said, I'm not a government agency, but I am a resource partner that works very closely with the government agency known as the Small Business Administration. Thank you, VR, for that opportunity and that introduction.
Absolutely. Thank you, Patrick, for sharing your extensive expertise. And now, Bridget, could you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the City of Dallas and VR for including us in this great event. We appreciate that. And I am Bridget Moon. I'm an economic development specialist and a Veterans Business Development Officer out of the Small Business Administration District Office here in Dallas-Fort Worth. Our office does cover 72 counties. We have 68 district offices across the United States to service our small business community. Basically, our organization is to help grow, start, expand, and recover for small businesses. My experience with small business administration is vast. I started out for a little over 20 years in the disaster recovery centers, with traveling to underwriting to being a PIO. So very diverse in the recovery efforts of small businesses. I am now with our district office with outreach and letting small businesses and organizations, governments, letting them know about the Small Business Administration, about our partners, our resource partners, as Patrick introduced himself. He is one of our resource partners, and we do have 3 other major ones: SCORE, the Small Business Administration, and our Women's Business Centers that small businesses can utilize for different means of their business, whether it's a startup or for growth. And so we look forward to having the opportunity to outreach to our veteran community today and address any questions. And thank you again.
Thank you, Bridget, for that overview. And now I think it makes sense to begin with each of us sharing a fairly high-level overview of our organization and program, and then we'll move into a more open discussion. So let me start by sharing a little bit about the Veteran Women's Enterprise Center. First, if you have visited our website, you'll note that we're down for some long overdue and awaited updates, and we'll be back up on May 3rd. Until then, you can access information about our events via our social media by searching at Veteran Women SEC. We are on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter, so select your preferred venue. The Veteran Women's Enterprise Center model facility is actually located just about a block and a half from the main VA Center in Dallas, and the same complex as the Veteran Resource Center off of Lancaster Road. We're excited to announce that we will be reopening next month. Moreover, through generous funding for our Back to Business Recovery Program, we will be offering 6 free co-working spaces to women veterans who have lost their co-working or commercial space during the pandemic. Applications will be available next month, and the program will include 90 days of free co-working starting from the time you actually move into our space, and include customized coaching to help you develop a long-term plan for your business continued growth. You can email us for more information at info@veteranwomensec.org. We just finished interviews for the Next Level Business Transformation cohort, and we have 1 slot open for a female veteran who's been in business for at least 1 year and is generating some revenue. The NLBT cohort offers 50 hours of technical assistance and a $5,000 grant to help you transform your business to the next level. Again, if you're interested, email us at info@veteranwomensec.org. Finally, in collaboration with SMU this summer, we will launch our Financial First Building Business Credit Bootcamp, focused on understanding your business financials, constructing financial reports, and preparing your business finances to access capital. We hope that you stay connected with us Again, you can reach us at Veteran Women SEC. Now I want to turn it over to my partners so that they can share their information about their amazing programs. And we'll begin with Anna Baker. Let me stop sharing. Anna, would you like to load up?
Yes. There we go. Thank you, VR. Again, my name is Anna Baker, and I'm the manager of the Veteran Entrepreneur Program at the Texas Veterans Commission. Our mission is to foster and promote veteran entrepreneurship and business ownership. And we do this in three main ways. First, we provide one-on-one business consulting to veteran business owners and entrepreneurs. Second, we inform and educate veteran entrepreneurs and business owners on benefits, programs, and services that support business development and growth. And third, we connect veteran business owners and entrepreneurs to other business resources. We have a small team, and we recognize that we can't be the subject matter experts on every industry or every topic related to business ownership. So it's imperative that we connect veterans to some of the resources that have already been mentioned, the SBA, the Small Business Development Centers, SCORE, the Veteran Business Outreach Centers, and organizations like VR's, the Women Veterans Enterprise Center. So those are good partners of ours. Some of the initiatives that we are currently undertaking, the first one is our Success in 60 Minutes webinar. We started this webinar series in January. It is the second Wednesday of every month, and it's from noon to 1 o'clock. Our next event is May the 12th, where we will be featuring Joshua Franks. So if you're interested in government contracting and you've got a product that you want to, or a service that you want to sell to the government, this is probably a webinar that you want to attend, and I'll give you a little more information on how to do that here shortly. Our other initiative is our Veteran-Owned Business Logo campaign that we launched just prior to Veterans Day 2020. The Veteran-Owned Business Logo is something that we created to provide to veterans so that they could demonstrate to their community and their partners and their customers that they had served in the military and that their business was owned by a veteran. So I will tell you again on how you can get one of these logos. We provide a JPEG version that you can use in your marketing materials or on your website. And we also have a decal that we can mail to you that you can put on your window. The Texas Veterans Mean Business podcast is hosted by Christina Mortel. Christina is the dedicated business consultant for the North Texas region, and she's worked with VR and Patrick and Bridget, so she's very familiar with the Dallas community. Her podcasts feature subject matter experts on various business topics, and she also features veterans who own businesses so that you can learn from their journey. And then next is the Empowering Texas Veterans Initiative. This initiative was started in collaboration with the Texas Alcohol and Beverage Commission. So if you're interested in brewing beer or distilling liquor, you might want to contact us so that we can help you on that path. The best way to contact us is through our website. If you go to our website and you click on the Connect with Your Business Consultant and complete our little questionnaire and submit it, it will route directly to the business consultant in your region, wherever you live in Texas. You can also send us email to vep@tvc.texas.gov if you've just got general questions or you're not sure where to go. And then I also encourage you to go to our other resources page. This is where you will find documents that you can download, links to some of the partners that I mentioned before, and we also have the links to all of our webinars. We will be sending out flyers on our social media about the Success in 60 Minutes webinar, as well as on our website, there's information on how to get the veteran-owned business logo. So if you contact your dedicated business consultant, we can make sure that we've got you connected to whatever support or service that you need.
Anna, thank you so much for that high-level presentation, and you'll get to learn more about Anna's program as we continue our discussion. I hope we have Patrick set up. Patrick will provide you an overview next.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you for sharing all that powerful information. Many of you may not know, I actually came from the Texas Veterans Commission Veteran Entrepreneur Program. I was part of the original launch of that program in 2012, and I was actually Christina here in the North Texas area, responsible for the same area that Christina was responsible for. I left the Texas Veterans Commission to accomplish the same mission and work and expand my reach to veterans in Oklahoma and Arkansas. So I go beyond Texas into Oklahoma and Arkansas, in essence, doing similar activities or almost the same thing. VR, are you sharing my slide or am I sharing my slide?
You'll be sharing your slide.
Okay, so let me put my slide again up on the screen. And so, but before I put my slide on the screen, let me just say this. The Veterans Business Outreach Center, particularly UTA and specifically, we provide collaborative, hands-on, interactive learning opportunities, including classroom instruction through university courses, opportunities to work with experienced coaches and mentors through our partners such as SCORE and SBDC, to attend workshops through our own workshops and those through our resource partners, and for you to develop connections through our various networking events. Through training programs, one-on-one business counseling, accredited university courses, practical seminars, relevant workshops, and expert referrals, and veteran-focused outreach activities, UTA VBOC serves as the primary connection to SBA resources for veterans. You can specifically connect with us, and now I'll go ahead and put my slide up for you all to see, but you can specifically, there it is. So you can specifically connect with us through our website at uta.edu/VBOC. That's Victor Bravo Oscar Charlie, which stands for Veterans Business Outreach Center. And on that site, you have an opportunity, first and foremost, to sign up for our free newsletter. We send out a monthly newsletter. That newsletter is filled with information, and it lists all of our events. It lists several contacts, and it has some very pertinent information, some ideals and some best practices that you can learn from that newsletter. We don't bombard you with emails and things of that nature. So that newsletter is a very valuable tool for you to stay connected to us and stay connected to the military connected entrepreneur community. In addition, you can contact us by email at utavboc@uta.edu. That's our email address, and all of my team members have access to that particular email address to be able to respond to you. As I mentioned, our primary mission is delivery of the Boots to Business entrepreneurship program. That's the Introduction to Entrepreneurship course on military installations in Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. So that's our primary focus. But in addition to that focus, we do provide one-on-one counseling, business plan support, and other things that you need to stand up and launch your particular business. Our social media handle is the same on all social media platforms. So you'll either be at UTAVBOC or hashtag UTAVBOC. Either one of those, depending upon which platform you're on, you'll find us on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Every year, the U.S. Small Business Administration designates a week prior to Veterans Day in November as National Veterans Small Business Week. So since 2016, we've hosted a national conference called the Business Beyond the Battlefield Conference. This year, we're moving that conference to October of 2021. So watch your email and watch our distribution. Sign up for our newsletter, but watch our distribution for details on that event coming to you in October. This is an event where you have an opportunity to increase your awareness of all of the resource partners in the military entrepreneur space. VR is there, and the Women's Enterprise Center participates. The SBDC participates. SCORE, my brain just fried. Forgive me for that. But all of the vocational technical centers participate. We have lenders that participate. So all of the resources that can help you stand up at your business or at that conference. And plus we have some amazing outreach programs and some amazing courses, sidebar courses. We're currently doing online the first Tuesday and Wednesday and the third Tuesday and Wednesday of every month. We are online teaching that Boost to Business Introduction to Entrepreneurship course. So if you're new to entrepreneurship or you want a refresher in the things that are required for you to be a successful entrepreneur, you can join us on that course the first Tuesday and Wednesday and the third Tuesday and Wednesday. And you can see the link for getting there is bit.ly/UTA Boots Online. You'll also see the calendar there. But in that course, we talk about what does it mean to be an entrepreneur? How do you connect the fact that you've been in the military or worn a uniform or been a military spouse standing next to someone wearing a uniform? How do you connect that service to actually being an entrepreneur and being a successful entrepreneur? We talk about market research and the tools that are available and the resources that are available for you to research your market and learn as much as you can about your customer. We talk about the business planning process and the tools that are available for you to develop and create your business plan. We talk about access to capital and the resources that are available and the SBA programs and all the other programs, the lending institutions that are veteran friendly to support you starting and growing your business. And then we introduce you to all of those resources and those resource partners, and all of that happens in the introductory course. That course is 2 days. It's a half a day on Tuesday from 8:30 to 11:30 Central Standard Time, and a half day on Wednesday, again, 8:30 to 11:30 Central Standard Time. And that is a recurring course, first and third Tuesday and Wednesday every month. We also have what you see there is the Third Thursday Think Tank, and we've partnered with UTA and the Epic Mavs. That's an innovation center at UTA that's open. You don't have to be a UTA student. You don't have to be a UTA alumni. You don't even have to live in Texas to be a part of the Texas community. Anyone can attend the Epic Mavs at www.epicmavs.com. And it's not just the third Thursday now. We're now there every Thursday with valuable content for folks who are in the entrepreneur space looking to start and grow their businesses. We cover topics, everything from the business model canvas, which is the one-page business plan. We introduce you to investors. We introduce you to those types of, we talk to you about how to go out and raise capital from different type of funding sources, including factoring, loans, investment capital, and so forth. Again, that's every Thursday. And then
Patrick, so we don't want you to give it all up. We want you to save some for the panel discussion. So don't give it all up now.
Okay. And so the remaining of our programs is October, we do Live to Lead. Last year we had Steve Harvey along with John Maxwell and Kat Cole, and you can see some others. We're doing this again in October. The date is already set for October 8th. John Maxwell will be joining us again. I'll let you know who the other speakers are if you just stay in touch with us. That is a half-day event as well. It starts at 8:30 in the morning and goes until 11:30 in the morning. And then finally, our last two opportunities here are Govology. If you have any interest in government contracting. We have an online portal with over 106 on-demand courses that you can take on demand, absolutely free, and learn everything you need to know about government contracting. And then finally, the BidX, is we have a partnership with a franchising organization to help you find opportunities in the contracting space, which seems to be the biggest challenge for folks in government contracting is how do I find my next contract? That'll do it for me then, VR.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for that extensive overview. And if we can have Bridget get ready to share. And so Bridget will be coming to us from the SBA. And Bridget, will you be sharing slides?
You know, I'm going to share maybe an area that I want people to understand where to get some additional information.
Awesome. So I'm gonna turn it over to you and do it the way you would like. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, so SBA, we have a lot of lending type programs, and our job at our district office is to make sure that organizations, our resource partners are well informed to help facilitate our information out to the community and to those that with the small businesses that can utilize our programs. And as Patrick mentioned, one of our programs for our veteran community is that Boots to Business. And I'm sure he'll go over that in more detail, but that is a great program for our veteran community to kind of, if they have an interest in entrepreneurship, they're just not sure. So that's something that is a 2-day program, like you mentioned, and we highly suggest if there's a thought of, you know, going into the entrepreneurial world, definitely, you know, jump in on that platform. It kind of gives you a good overview. Usually we have some great speakers, you know, guest instructors, just a value of information. And of course, SBA right now is with the COVID, we have a lot of things going on with the different types of funding options out there. And so that's where I want to share my screen just to let people know. As you can also see in the chat, I put our general SBA web address, which is the sba.gov. And then you'll see the next one that's the sba.gov/tx/Dallas. And actually, that's supposed to be a / between the TX and the Dallas. And that's our district page. And so I want to touch base on that too. Let me see if I can't get this to share. Let's see here if it goes through. Okay, so if you can see the screen here, it is our district office page. And if you look over here, this is our office directory, of course, our address, which we recently moved last year. But down here is really what I want to direct you down. Here's a resource guide. And I mentioned earlier, there are 68 district offices across the United States. But although we administer the same programs, excuse me, and information, each of us have our own resource guide that tailors to the area that we cover. In our case, our 72 counties. It does have the addresses and phone numbers of organizations, our resource partners that I mentioned earlier. And so you can click on here and it goes right to, and I'll show you in just a minute, but I also want to highlight this calendar. This is also can kind of tell you a little bit about what's going on. It's not all inclusive though. So we encourage you to set up with our emails so you can get our email blast about information that's coming up. Also get connected on the emails with our resource partners to learn about their programs as well. But I want to go right through here to show what it's going to do when you click on the screen. It's going to go to the SBA website and it's going to go right here to the download of our resource guide. And this information here is a wealth of information of just starting and owning a business. And it's broken up to major 3 types of categories here. As you can see, the blue tabbed top of the page is local business assistance. And on page 11 is where you're going to see our resource partners, our funding programs, our standard funding programs. You are not going to find the COVID-19 funding programs in here. And then just about going into federal contracting. This will help, stimulate, give you a good overview of information. And it's just a way to address or be able to, put forth questions that go forth. So here's our local business assistance, and you can kind of see going right into it, talks a little bit about it, but goes right here on the page 11, starts with our small business development centers, our SCORE, our Women's Business Center, and of course, Patrick's, the Veteran Business Outreach Center. All these are free as far as in use of counseling. There is sometimes they have programs and workshops and things like that with a nominal fee. But this is just a great book. I highly suggest at least peruse it at your convenience. As you can see, there's a lot of different kinds of information, just talking about things that you encounter as a small business in operation. Chambers of Commerce. Again, this isn't an all-inclusive list, but it's definitely a good starter for that. And then I wanted to, let's see if I can go get out of that. Going to the SBA.gov website is you can click, there's a yellow bar, or in the main screen, you're going to see, actually, I could probably just click right back over to it. And this is when you go to SBA.gov, you're going to see COVID-19 relief options, learn more. And I'm sure in the next panel part of discussion, we can discuss a little bit what's going on with these. But here's the different options. And you just click learn more and it'll go through. There's just so much detail. There's just not enough time today to address all the details, but I will highlight what's going on here this week. But that's the reason why I wanted to get connected with you in the chat with my information there. And let me see if I can share my screen. There we go. So I just want to let everyone know that you can reach out to our district office, our resource partners, to obtain information. We do get back with you, just email, leave us messages. We want to make sure that everyone's well informed. We continue to partner within our 72 counties with organizations, and just to make sure that if you need a regular SBA loan and not just a COVID-19 type funding, it's a good time to start a business, believe it or not. SBA has gone out of their way to still encourage the spirit of entrepreneurship by allowing the regular, some of our loan programs, there's like 3 of them, that are waiving fees for the lender and SBA at the time until the end of September. So if you want some more information about that, please reach out to me. I'd be glad to go over that in a little bit more detail. So we definitely want to encourage, especially in our veteran community, let them know there's other possibilities besides the 9-to-5 job, that we want to make sure that they have the resources they need to be successful. And partnering up with VR's organization, other organizations, the cities, the governments, local governments, there's ways that everybody can assist to achieve your goals. So I really appreciate this opportunity to offer our information and outreach. And I will turn it back to you, VR.
Thank you, Bridget, for that great overview. And I'd like to bring all of our panelists back now so we can have a quick discussion. And then we want to open it up to questions and answers, so we make sure that we accommodate each and every one of you, that you can get everything that you need, or at least as much as we can give you in the next few minutes while we're on session. So our first question is, and I know we've all been kind of separated doing COVID-19, but the first question is, in this era of COVID, how is your organization connecting with local entrepreneurs? And Bridget, why don't you talk a little bit about what the SBA is doing?
Yeah, absolutely. With trying to outreach, we're doing a lot of presentations, webinars on a national level, as well as on a local level. partnering up with organizations to let their local communities. I know, especially with the COVID-19 funding, there's a lot of there's a program getting ready to roll out here this weekend. So I want to we'll talk about that when that's appropriate. But we definitely we try to make available by emails and phone calls. We do take appointments in our office, and so do our resource partners and organizations like VR's as well.
Anna, can you tell us a little bit about how your organization is connecting? You're a state organization. How are you connecting with some of our local businesses?
So we actually, our program, most of us have been work from home since before COVID. So we were already communicating and outreaching to our local veterans and local veteran business owners and entrepreneurs via the phone. There were some things that we did do that we hadn't done in the past. We recently started using the bookings tool so that we allow veterans to have access to our calendar so they can book meetings that are convenient for them, which we started doing, and that seems to be working out really well. The other thing, like with our Success in 60 Minutes webinar, most of the webinars that we did in the past were usually in collaboration with another partner. So this is our first time to actually host our own webinar. And we just, I think most of us, like y'all, we miss that face-to-face, but we actually, our IT department, along with our leadership, made sure that not just our program, but all of our programs could stay connected to the veterans.
That's awesome. And I guess because we are the Veteran Women's Enterprise Center, it'd be good to go ahead and share that we are doing our Facebook Live. It's once a week. And on the first Mondays, we have Managing Monday, always 1 p.m. Facebook Live. Second Tuesdays is Technology Tuesdays. The third Wednesday of the month is our Women Warriors Winning the Business Battle every third Wednesday. And we also include our Wednesday Wellness in there. And then last is our Trending Thursdays, which is the fourth Thursday of every month, and it's at 1 p.m. And our new partners this month is Prosperous Diva and Old Grumpy Radio, and they're out of Houston, and we love to have them with us. And they are bringing you a lot of marketing skills, so make sure you get connected. And so, Patrick, I think this is a good time. I'm sure participants are saying, how can I get connected? So, Bridget, I don't know, maybe the SBA is too big to have a sweet spot. So Patrick, maybe you could tell us a little bit about what's your most popular program? Where are people really plugging in to what you're doing?
As we talk specifically, thank you, VR, as we talk specifically about right now in the coronavirus environment, our most popular program is the online 2-day boot camp that I do the first Tuesday and Wednesday and the third Tuesday and Wednesday of every month. It is a great opportunity for a refresher on all the things you need to do to launch your business. See, when you think about this coronavirus environment, there are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of businesses that have shut down and closed in this environment. But at the same time, there are hundreds of businesses that launched in this environment. And the difference between those that closed down and those that launched is recognizing the opportunity. Mm-hmm. And so one of the things that we talk extensively about in that 2-day course is how do you recognize opportunities? The VBOC, we were already prepared for the coronavirus environment. In fact, we had already closed our office and began going virtual prior to the US going virtual, because we had already been monitoring the things that were going on over in Europe and the rest of the world internationally. So we had already created our online platform. We have our Govology platform for those folks who are interested in government contracting. That's incredibly popular because it's over 106 on-demand courses that teaches you everything you need to know about government contracting, from the simple question of what is government contracting, what is a capability statement, and how do I present myself, how do I go out and find opportunities, how do I team with a prime contractor who already has the major contract and I want to be one of their subcontractors. And we have all of that content available for veterans for free on demand. Folks just simply need to contact us at UTA VBOC at uta.edu. That's our most popular VR.
That's awesome. And Bridget, can you talk a little bit about the resource partners from the SBA that are available for our businesses to connect with?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got SCORE, basically it's spelled SCORE, just like it sounds. You can go to their website, score.org, and actually you can request right off the website a mentor. And it's basically a one-on-one mentorship that can help you put a business plan together if you're just starting out. It can also assist you, let's say you're already in business, maybe you need some assistance in social media, marketing, any different aspect that you can think of. They usually have a mentor that will fit your needs. These are volunteers that are in the industry, or they've owned a business, or they've got some kind of expertise that they're going to try to connect you with. And guess what? It's free. So it's a great opportunity to get connected there. And our resource partners out of all four of them, you can utilize all four. You don't have to just pick one. A lot of people think, oh, I need to pick one. No, I highly encourage if you utilize all our resource partners, organizations out there, because there's some experiences, information that you're going to be able to pull from each one of those organizations. The other one that's out there is, of course, our small business development centers, a great connection there as well. They do a lot in that federal contracting aspect of getting people connected. And you can go to their website as well, which I believe is Americas with an S, and then another S, and then bdc.org, and get connected that way as well. All our resource partners, to my understanding, all are on, making a phone call for appointment. They used to, before COVID, you could be able to walk in and see if they had time. But right now, because of it, and the social distancing, they want everyone to please make a phone call. And that's why I showed earlier the resource guide. It has the locations and the phone numbers to make those connections to those resource partners. So definitely highly suggested. And also organizations that connect, like VR's organization. Those are imperative. Getting with TVC. The Texas has a great veterans portal. If you go to the texas.gov, there's a veterans portal there. There's organizations listed there. Definitely get connected. SBA is just another tool in your pocket, basically.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Bridget, because it's important that our businesses take advantage of our small business administration resources. Those are your tax dollars at work. So if you don't use them, you're just basically losing it. So make sure you connect to them. And as Anna said, we have also gone virtual. When our website comes back live on Monday, May 3rd, you can book an information session for 30 minutes or a 1-hour mentoring session with us at your convenience. So you don't have to call anybody, you don't have to email anybody. Just go on the website and book what works for you, and then we'll be ready to get connected with you. So thank you so much, Bridget, for sharing that, because there's so many SBA resources. When businesses say they can't find help, it's because you're not looking in the right place. So make sure you're looking in the right places, because help is out there. And Anna, I know you got a lot of new programs, but did you want to talk a little bit about the sweet spot for TBC? Where are you seeing a lot of people coming in, and what's really popular? So the businesses that are online can kind of see where's the best connection for them, who might have the best connection for where they are and what they're looking to do right now.
Yeah, so first of all, before I get into that, I just want to thank Bridget and Patrick for talking about all these other programs. I did not know about Govology. I'm going to go check it out. I'm really excited about that. And I think Bridget was absolutely on point. When I have my first conversation with the veteran, I let them know up front, I'm going to help you as much as I can, but there's so many resources. Don't feel like I have to be the only person that you come to. Utilize those other resources. Have more than one mentor. Have specialized mentors. So I always encourage them to use all of the resources that are available to them. I think that right now, I think what's really hot is the veteran-owned business logo. And what we're primarily seeing, though we are starting to see some already established businesses coming to us that didn't even know about us before. They were already, they'd set up shop, veteran-owned business, and they just didn't realize that there were resources out there for veteran-owned businesses. So we're seeing some of them reach out to us to get the logo. But what we're also getting is we're getting a lot of new startup businesses that are asking for the logo that haven't asked for any other types of services. So it's giving us an opportunity to outreach to them and say, here's your logo, but did you know that all of these other resources are available to you? If you need any help, please let us know how we can help you, how we can connect you to a resource that can help you develop and grow your business. So that logo campaign, much like when and VR and Patrick, I'm sure you guys remember SB 1049, when the legislature passed that bill, we had so many veterans who were eager to take advantage of that benefit. And that really grew our veteran business base. And this logo is really, it's kind of an extension of that. There's no financial benefit, like the free registration that you would get when you registered your business with the Secretary of State. But again, it's just another way to help grow your business and market your business as veteran owned.
That's super awesome. Thank you so much, Anna, for sharing that. And Patrick, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Govology owned by a veteran? Him and his wife?
That's correct. Carol Bernard is a veteran, and he's been in the government contracting space for 20-something years. And he developed this particular program and brought in a bunch of subject matter experts and recorded everything you need to know about government contracting, and that's the platform that we use.
That's awesome. And for those of you, particularly, we have our niche, so ours is women. So for those of you that need that hand holding over the summer, we'll be launching our Next Level Business Transformation 2, which is fast tracks to contracts. And we'll be doing a 14-day simulation where our consultant will walk you through the federal contracting process. So they'll get you on SAMS, source your contract, you'll write your contract, they'll review it, you'll get it submitted. So we're going to teach you how to fish so that you can go and keep fishing for yourself on your own, but you also become a part of our alumni. And we already have a number of primes that are part of our alumni. So look for those opportunities to subcontract and team. So what I want to do last, and I'm going to ask the city of Dallas to help me here because I'm not seeing questions. So I don't know if they're coming up in chat. I'm a little new to this platform so that you can help me out. But before we go into the questions, I'll ask each of you if you want to just share a success story. And Patrick, since you're already on, you're in the speaker box, you can go ahead first and share your client success story so our clients can see how you're helping other veterans and what they might be able to expect.
Thank you, VR. And again, thank you for all the other panelists as well, and for the city of Dallas for hosting this. Our most recent success story is still in the process. I'm working right now with a client who is opening up. He's actually in Louisiana, and he's opening up a convenience store / gas station / restaurant at the intersection of two major highways in Louisiana, and so forth. And we completed a feasibility analysis together to show him exactly what what the transportation and the travel looks like traveling through that particular intersection, what the opportunities were, so forth. We looked at all of the competitors and did a competitive analysis, and we finalized his business plan. And we're at the stage now where he's looking for a little more than $700,000 in startup capital to get going. And so now we're actually putting together his lender packages. He's gone on to the SBA website, used the SBA lender tool at my recommendation to create a profile and to get a list of investors who are lenders who might be interested in talking to him. He's already raised $250,000 in capital through other sources. And now we're moving to the next step. In our next conversation, we will be moving forward putting his lending package together and then submitting that lending package to the lenders. We expect that he will be he'll be breaking ground on his new facility in the next 60 days.
Wow, Patrick, that is awesome. Thank you so much. Anna, would you like to share a success story from TBC?
Sure. I think this one is kind of my favorite. This is actually one of Christina's clients, Ashley Knight, and her business partner, Kiana. And I apologize, I cannot remember Kiana's last name at the moment. But they started a small publishing company, and they started these pop-up bookstores, and they actually got a contract with AAFES, and they do a pop-up bookstore. They've done so well. They recently were able to even procure a van that has a wrap on it with their business name, and they've just done phenomenal. Christina's worked with them, and I know they've worked with some other organizations. And they also attended. They took part in a training event that we sponsored back in the early fall with a business coach. And so they're really tearing it up out there, and I'm just really excited for them. They're doing phenomenal.
We want to put in a plug for Ashley and them because they were part of the Women's Veterans, the pitch last year. So they were part of the group of the 6 women that pitched for Women's Veterans Day. And you're right, they have just like gotten in there and really been pushing their business forward. And I think they're coming back again this year. So I didn't say anything about that. I'm glad Anna brought up Ashley because it reminded me, for those of you that don't know, Women's Veterans Day is June 12th. This is our 2nd annual statewide Women's Veterans, the pitch. And you can get in it whether you just have an idea or you got a multi-million-dollar business, because the theme is highlighting women veterans, their innovation and economic impact across our state. Right now, the winning prize is at $3 grand, but as more of my sponsors come in, I've already committed to putting that money in the pocket. So you just never know where it's going to end up at by June 12th, but you got to get in now. Open call is this Friday, April 30th at 7 p.m. You can still register. The links is on all of our social media. If you're not in by then, no matter how big the pot gets, you cannot get in at the last minute. So thanks for sharing that. We are all so proud of Ashley and her partner, both veterans, 2 women doing it up, and they do community books, you guys. So they do a lot of community authors that would never get exposure. They bring them to the forefront. So I am so excited. It's such an awesome success story. Thank you, Anna. Bridget, do you have a success story you'd like to share?
Yeah, real quick, there's a question on your pitch. Someone put in chat, and I think gave it to me. They wanted to know, is that pitch virtual?
That pitch will be virtual because it's statewide, but we will be doing a VIP, a very small and exclusive VIP session, reception at the center that day. But the pitch, so that everybody is fair across the board, because it is statewide, will be virtual. You will be pitching virtual. Even if you're local, you will still be pitching virtual.
Okay. There was another question that came to me directly about whether if a veteran was, or I mean, not a veteran, if someone was still actively serving, can they utilize these resources? And on our end, absolutely. And same with spouses are able to. And I know our Boots to Business program that we do, absolutely. You do not have to be a veteran to be involved in that program. Our stance is that to put a good business plan together, there's a process. You need to think about it. There's a planning. It isn't something that you put together in a week. It's something that you want to think about your idea. You want to make sure there's a need, there's a passion about it. And that is really talked about in the Boots to Business program, about, taking that idea and taking it to a real life, whether it's a product or service. So we encourage, that if you're thinking, oh, I'm going to do it in a year, or, I'll be in a position, I'll be out of service, go ahead and start planning it, and so that came directly to me. And I just want to let everyone know, you do not have to be out of service to utilize these resources. Okay. And then
hey, Bridget, I just put in the chat the link for the registration. And also we changed our language. So we tell you that we empower entrepreneur women associated with the military. And that includes, of course, our veterans, but we also serve active duty, reservists, and military spouse. So it's all women. Sorry, guys, but that's our focus area. We got to stay in our lane, but that's what we support. So if you're active duty, you got something going on, you want to get in the game, or you're a reservist and you're coming back and you're like, I've got this great idea, I want to pitch it, you are all welcome to get involved. You just need to be a veteran woman. This is not for our military spouses. I'm sorry, ladies. This is Women's Veterans Day, but we appreciate your support and we'll be there for you for other events. So Bridget, I love it. Do you see anything else in chat? Because I'm not seeing the full chat.
Well, the thing, you did it full. You said, how do I register? So you addressed that. So that's good. And so that's all that I see. But to give you a success story, and this is a good example of somebody utilizing SBA's loan program a couple times. Okay, there was a restaurant, a Mexican restaurant. She had started and took out a loan through one of their micro lenders, and her business grew unexpectedly, growth, which is awesome, right? And she needed another SBA loan for that growth. So a lot of people ask, can I get multiple SBA loans? And this is a good example, absolutely. The key to SBA lending, though, is that within the same 90 days, you can't have the same loan program. So one of our loan programs, the most popular, is the 7A, because it's the most versatile, the greater amount. So that's why it's important to pair up with a resource partner to make sure that you're counting for all your operating needs, working capital needs, your salaries in it, because now you're going away from your 9-to-5 job. You got to have money coming in, to pay your bills. So a lot of sometimes people, when they're doing their business plan and they don't have someone reviewing or checking with experience, they get themselves shorthanded in that working capital. So we want to make sure that that first loan is everything you need, because within that first 90 days, you won't be able to get that same loan program. Now you can go and get a different loan program as long as you're eligible. But you can, after that 90 days, you could definitely apply for that other, another 7A loan. But we encourage to try to get your funds needed up front. You don't get in a situation where you get behind in bills, and that's where we want to make sure that you have plenty of money for everything you're doing, and getting connected with our resource partners to make sure that business plan and you're lender ready with that business plan. And that's the key. We don't need individuals, trying to hit bank after bank, get declined because they don't have the tools or themselves lender ready to present. So that was a great success for her because she had a great business plan. She utilized the resource partners and put the business plan, started off great and flourished, and had to come back and get another loan because that growth expansion was just needed at her current location. It wasn't opening another store. It's just that she has such a great turnout that she needed another loan because she says, look, I'm turning people away. That's, I need to expand my restaurant. So, and that's a great success story in my book. Anytime that you have unexpected, flourishment that goes outside of your business plan, that's great, So, and there's lots of stories out there that are not just a veteran. There are people that are having success, and even now during our pandemic, I get several calls of people that are wanting to start their business. They're having success, but obviously there's a key as far as what industries are going to be flourishing during a pandemic, and that's another thing. Getting connected with our resource partners, making sure it's viable during this time. So,
Thank you
I just
so
encourage.
Much. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you so much
No,
for that,
but
Bridget. That was a good success story because I think a lot of people think SBA loans and they think they can't get them, and you can, but you have to have your finances in order. For those of you that might be struggling with that, we definitely ask you to check out our financial first, building business credit when it opens up over the summer. And I want to thank each and every one of my panelists. We are at 1:29 and our session ends at 1:30. We want to be respectful of the next panel. So thank you, Anna and TBC. Thank you, Patrick, the Veteran Business Outreach Center. And thank you, Bridget, representing the SBA, for sharing this wealth of information. I invite each and every one of you to get connected. And can we get set up for our next panel? Thank you again.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, VR.
Thank you.
Thank you, VR, for your effective moderation of this session. Thank you,
so
everyone, for your
much.
contribution.
That was an absolutely wonderful,
Thank you.
wonderful session. Absolutely wonderful. And I am honored that you all made the time to speak with us. And more importantly, I know that the participants today have learned so much information and they will be able to expand their businesses. They may be able to start new businesses. And if for those who are dreaming about their business and what they can do in the future, dream no more. We had wonderful examples of individuals and success stories that have been shared of individuals who were once dreamers, but are now in the position of owning their own businesses. So as everyone gets set up, I want to say, we're going to transition to the nonprofit services panel discussion. These are some of our nonprofit service providers who have been working in the veteran community for many, many years. VR was able to assemble a great group of individuals, and they're going to begin sharing their information with you now. So again, VR, thank you, and I'm turning it back over to you.
Again, I am honored, but I am going to be on Easy Street this time to panel to moderate our nonprofit services panel. For those of you who are just joining us, I'm VR Small, founder and CEO of the Veteran Women's Enterprise Center. It's a national initiative we've launched in Southern Dallas to empower entrepreneur women associated with the military to scale for success. When I returned to Dallas in 2015, I was fortunate to be immediately engaged by providers in our vibrant veteran community, where I could access employment, healthcare, and a variety of other veteran-specific resources. Dallas has a very active community of veteran support programs, and in this short time, we cannot present them all. But I have selected a group of providers that I believe can provide a high-level overview and be a conduit for you to connect to other resources within their network. So without any further delay, I'd like to take this time to have our panelists introduce themselves and their personal connection to the veteran community. And we'll start with Catherine.
Hi, everybody. I'm Catherine Smith, currently serving as the Women Veterans Coordinator for the North District in the Women Veterans Program at the Texas Veterans Commission. In this role, I assist women veterans of Texas to assess those benefits and services they've earned after their service to our country. This includes referring our women veterans to service organizations when they have unmet needs. Now, I served just under 6 years in the United States Army and active Army Reserve and personnel. After separating from the United States Army, I was called back to active duty in support of Desert Storm. I earned my bachelor's degree in business with a minor in marketing. Prior to joining TVC, I worked with the Texas Workforce Commission as a trade adjustment assistant, a child care eligibility specialist, and a UI employment consultant. I am married to a retired U.S. Army veteran. In my role as a Women Veterans Coordinator, I've created virtual events that increase our women veterans' awareness of the services and benefits available to them after their service to our country. I've increased their awareness of their state and federal benefits along with the services and resources available through our partners. And I've honored and recognized as many women veterans as I possibly could to make them proud of their military service. I feel extremely blessed to be able to assist our women veterans of Texas with meeting their unmet needs, which include homelessness. Okay, VR.
Catherine, thank you so much. I've known Catherine for a while. She is sincere and compassionate, and she's also in my space for women veterans. So we work together on numerous projects. And now I'd like for Mallory to introduce herself, please.
Hi, everyone. I am Mallory Morris, and I am the North Texas Coordinator for the Texas Veterans Land Board. We are a state agency and a sister agency to the Texas Veterans Commission. I'm probably the newest Texan on this panel as I moved here a year ago, and then the pandemic hit 3 weeks later. But I serve over 30 counties here in Northeast Texas, but can help any veteran, active, or reservist anywhere in Texas. And I look forward to giving my presentation today of one, how we can help veterans with home situations, but also a way to help veterans with maybe a possible business opportunity for them as well.
Mallory, thank you so much. When I met Mallory, she did a brief introduction that just really overwhelmed me. And you guys are going to be getting so much information. There's so much that the Texas Land Board does that we have no idea about. So I'm excited to hear your presentation too. Thank you so much for that introduction. Yolanda?
Hi, I'm Yolanda Rossio, and I'm with Department of Veteran Affairs. Thank you for inviting me to this awesome event today. I'm a 13-year Army Desert Storm veteran, and I've been working with veterans in some type of capacity for maybe the past 9 years. Currently, I work for the Public Affairs Office over at the VA on Lancaster, not far from VR down the street. And my job basically is being a liaison between our veterans, the community, the public at large, employees, and our executive staff, as well as our cohorts in Washington, D.C. I typically share stories about veterans. I share stories with what's going on with the VA, you know, what type of information we have or events that's coming up. And I do that through several different channels and platforms. We have our social media platform, and we have several Department of Veteran Affairs national blogs. And we also have a podcast that we're going to be kicking off again currently. Things have changed a great deal since COVID, as you guys may have expected. But I do want everyone to know that in addition to our main Dallas hospital that everybody knows about on South Lancaster, we have 12 additional clinics. And I just want to name those because a lot of people don't realize how many locations we have, which would actually make things a lot easier for our veterans. So we have clinics in Sherman, Fort Worth, Grand Prairie, Granbury, Decatur, Plano, Tyler, Denton, Bonham. We have another location in Dallas on Polk Street, and I'm excited about our new clinic that we acquired last year in Garland. Wow. So now with the additional 12 clinics and of course our main hospital, this makes the North Texas VA healthcare system the second largest healthcare system in the United States. Here in North Texas, there are over 600,000 veterans, and our healthcare system is only serving roughly right under 200,000. We want to get the word out that we're here. We're serving 40 counties, including 2 in Oklahoma. And now we've opened up services when it comes to preventing and vaccinating for COVID-19. We've opened that up to spouses, eligible caregivers, and also CHAMPAs, those that are enrolled in CHAMPAs. So under the Save Lives Act, we want to make sure that we get as many people vaccinated as possible.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Yolanda. I hope you saved something for your presentation because you were giving us a lot of good information there. And Alexa, can you jump on and introduce yourself and give us your connection to the military community?
Yes, absolutely. Hi, everybody. Alexa Petty. I am the North Texas Regional Manager at the Texas Veterans Network, and I am a military spouse and have been with Combined Arms for just over a year. And actually, when I was a student at Texas A&M, I worked for one of our partner organizations called Next Stop out of Houston. So I'm also from Texas, and I'm excited to be here today. Thanks, VR.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm going to ask our City of Dallas partners to make sure that we have Catherine Smith set up to share her screen. So as I noted, each of these ladies represent a larger network of providers. So I'm going to give each of them about 10 minutes to share with you a fairly high-level overview of their organizations and programs. And we're going to begin with Catherine Smith from Texas Veterans Commission. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen so she can share hers. And we'll give it just one moment.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. Again, I'm Catherine. I'm the Women Veterans Coordinator with the Texas Veterans Commission in our Women Veterans Program. The Women Veterans Program mission is to ensure our women veterans of Texas have equitable access to benefits and services. We advocate for and provide exceptional service to our women veterans of Texas. We collaborate with our Texas partners and conduct research and disseminate information that will benefit our women veterans of Texas. Now, some of our program duties as a Women Veterans Coordinator is to refer our women veterans of Texas to service organizations to meet unmet needs, and which, of course, these do include homelessness. We ensure that our women veterans of Texas are aware of the services and benefits after their service to our country, and we collaborate with state agencies to provide information to our women veterans of Texas. We work hard to honor and recognize our women veterans through our women veterans celebrations. We issue women veterans coins and certificates. We advocate for our women veterans of Texas to our state legislature, and we hold events that honor and recognize our women veterans. Now, some of the common requests that we receive from our women veterans are for housing assistance, entrepreneur assistance, connection with peer groups, emergency financial assistance, employment, and claims. We can accomplish these tasks through partnerships with state agencies and service and resource organizations. We also work within the TVC to accomplish these tasks. Now, TVC has 9 departments. TVC's mission is to provide superior service to our veteran community. The 9 departments that we have within TVC are education. At our education program, approve all programs for the Montgomery GI Bill, the post 9/11, educational benefits, educational assistance, allowance, the Montgomery GI Bill for selected reserve, and the GI Bill. Our claims department serves veterans and survivors in all matters pertaining to veterans' disability benefits and rights. Our veteran employment services offer employment services to Texas veterans and help employers find qualified veteran applicants. Our entrepreneur program assists veterans and their families start and expand their businesses through the state of Texas. We have a grant funding program to help charitable organizations provide direct services to our Texas veterans. We have a mental health program which focuses on peer support and clinical health support. We have a healthcare advocacy program. Now, these liaisons, they advocate for our Texas veterans, addressing issues involving veterans administration, healthcare, and related services. We have a women veterans program, which I'm a member of. We serve our women veterans by connecting them to local, state, and federal benefits. And then lastly, it's internal, but we have a communications program, which focuses on outreach projects and our TVC mission and programs. Now, one of the ways we refer our women veterans of Texas, or you can refer our women veterans of Texas to us for assistance, is to go onto our website and complete a general contact form. You can email or call our program manager or any of our women veteran coordinators in your area. And the woman veteran has the ability to go onto the website and make an appointment through our website and choose the woman veteran coordinator servicing her area. Now, our current goals within our program are to implement processes and activities to increase the reach of our women veteran program. We continue to create and strengthen our local, state, and federal partnerships, and to join community groups and associations and coalitions that serve our women veterans. For our community outreach campaigns, we increase the awareness and benefits and services for our women veterans of Texas. We improve access to benefits and services for our women veterans. We increase participation of women veterans programs. We provide information on the significant contributions of women veterans, and we provide information to increase awareness and support groups and other organizations related to family services. Now, I've included the contact information for our women veteran coordinators. Myself, Catherine Smith, I service the North Texas area. Sharon Stewart, she services the Central and South Texas area. Cynthia Lindoff, she services the West Texas area. And our program manager, Dr. Crystal Matthews, she services the East Texas area. Okay. Okay. And that's it. VR.
That's awesome, Catherine. Thank you for sharing all of those amazing resources. I know our veterans feel like when you connect to the Texas Veterans Commission, they really are what they say. They're about all of us in Texas. So there's housing and there's education and there's business. So make sure, I hope you took some good notes, but also you have Catherine and you have Anna that you can connect with. And our next presenter will be Mallory with the Veteran Land Board. So let's make sure she's set up and ready to go. Thank you again, Catherine. It was an amazing presentation. Marley, are you ready?
I am. Let me get this up. All right. Okay, so I am with the Texas Veterans Land Board. We have a lot to cover in a short amount of time because the Texas Veterans Land Board does a ton of outreach in so many ways. But a lot of questions I get is who's eligible? And just to give you a brief rundown, our programs help active duty, a Texas National Guard member, a reserve component military member having completed 20 qualifying years for retirement, or a veteran having served at least 90 active duty days. And if he or she was discharged, it can't be a dishonorable discharge, or it can be a service connected disability. And it can be a surviving spouse of a veteran listing as missing in action or whose death was service connected. One of the our programs here in Texas is a lot of people think that we only do land and then that we only do a certain type of land. So here at the Texas Veterans Land Board, we help veterans, active duty, and everyone else that you just saw buy land anywhere in Texas where they can get a land loan through us to borrow up to $150,000 at an interest rate at 6.9% with 5% down and a 30-year loan. And this is only in the state of Texas that you can get a loan like this to buy a piece of land that is a minimum of 1 acre, access to a public road, and zoned residential, where a veteran can, buy land to start their home or even use it as hunting land. Because one of the great things about the Texas Veterans Land Board is that when you buy your land, and if you want to keep it as is, you can, because there's no building requirement. Most loans that you go to get a land loan for make you start building within 6 months. Next is our wonderful home loan program. And we just upped the maximum loan amount to $548,250. And the loans are underwritten by our participating lenders. And I want to make a note because we've been talking about veteran businesses and stuff like that today. If you are a realtor and you have a client that wants to come through us, guess what? You can still get commission. If there are any mortgage lenders out there that want to become part of our lenders, you can do that. Just give us a call. The veteran must occupy this home as a primary residence. The eligible property types are single family, townhome, or condo, and must be originated in conjunction with FHA, VA, or conventional financing. So what's really wonderful is veterans can use their VA benefits with us, or even if they've already used all their VA benefits, they can still come through us. Our interest rates only change once a week at 5:30 p.m. Central Time on Fridays, and you can get a loan amount for 15 to 30 years. And here's what's the best part. If you are 30% or more service-connected disabled, we're going to give you a 0.5 point lower in interest on your home loan. And next is another great loan that we have been getting tons of requests for during the pandemic, and it's the home improvement loans. The first point I think is really important because it's the veteran selects the contractor. And not only is that important because we want you to feel comfortable who's coming in your own home, but if there are any veterans out there that have any type of home improvement businesses where they are a licensed contractor, they can send their veteran clients to us to get the financing to have them do the work. So not only are we trying to help veterans get their homes fixed, but we're also trying to help veterans in business. There's no down payment. You can borrow up to $50,000 with a loan term amount of 20 years, one-time closing with full funding after 4 days, and the loans are originated by the VLB. The most questions I get from veterans is, can I have a pool because it's so hot in Texas? We don't do pools. That's still considered recreational, but we have a full list on our website of projects that we do and don't do, but things like roofs, your kitchen, your bathrooms, all those types of things we can help you do. And what's really, I'll go back in a second to that, but next I want to touch on our land sale program. A lot of you have maybe heard about the Veterans Land Board being that we do online auctions. Well, we haven't had any in a while because the governor has a moratorium on foreclosures. So we have these 4 times a year, and the minimum bid on each tract equals the appraised value. And the bids are due by the end of day of sale. So we're hoping later this year, we're going to start having some properties up for sale that veterans can buy, and you can use our land loan to purchase the tract online. And before the auction goes live, we will put them up on our website so veterans can actually go and view these properties, and they are sold as is. And you can finance up to 95% of the sale price or appraised value, whichever is less for qualifying veterans. So these land sales that we do, after the public auction is closed, we will open it up to general public. It's first come, first served, and the purchase offer must meet or exceed the sale price. And all of our tracts and forms are available at vlb.texas.gov. In fact, all of our loans, you can go right and apply online on our website. So frequently asked questions. Veterans may use each loan program more than once. So if you pay it off, guess what? You get to come back to us again. You can participate in all the loan programs all at one time. So if you want to buy land, and because at the bottom we say we don't do construction loans, you can go to a bank, get a construction loan, build your house, come back to us. We will buy your land loan and your construction loan, roll it into a low interest mortgage where you have the opportunity to select your VA benefits, FHA, or conventional financing. And then if you're 30% or more service connected disabled, we're going to give you a 0.5 point lower in interest. And then you have up to 30 years to pay that off. And then 90 days after you've been in your new home, if you want to make some more improvements, guess what? You can use our home improvement loan. Now you can use your home improvement loan now in your current home if you want to spruce up your home and sell it, and the market's really hot right now. We've been getting a ton of requests, like I said earlier. Other frequently asked questions: the property must be wholly located in the state of Texas, so it can't be half in Oklahoma, half in Texas. Loans are subject to credit approval, but I will also say we also look at debt to income ratio, because we know veterans have a different range of credit scores, and we want to try and help every veteran we can before we say no. And again, Texas Veteran Land Board loans cannot be used for construction or refinancing. So some other quick programs I want to quickly talk about is we have veterans homes all over the state, and we're going to be getting one in Fort Worth here in the next few years, which is going to be a big game changer. These nursing homes are 24-hour care for veterans, spouses, and Gold Star families. They are state-of-the-art care, and it's only $45 a day to be in one of our homes. Veterans get to keep all of their benefits when they're in our home. And if there's an opening in, let's say, El Paso, but you live here in Fort Worth, and then the Fort Worth home opens, we will transfer that relative to the Fort Worth home at no cost. The unaccompanied veterans burial is very important to us at our 4 state cemeteries. In 2015, Chairman Bush started this program because we wanted all veterans to have honor and dignity when they have their funeral, regardless of where they found themselves in life. And we encourage community members to come out to these unaccompanied burials. I'm going to give you our website in the chat so you can sign up for our newsletter if you are around one of our 4 state cemeteries, and you can come out to these wonderful funerals. And we also do podcast programs where we interview veterans for Voices of Veterans, where veterans can record their stories and they actually become part of Texas history. And then we have another podcast program called Next Gen Warrior for all of our post 9/11 vets. And we give them morale and, tools to help, for them to succeed in the communities. So that is a brief rundown of what we do. This is our call center number. If you go to our website, vlb.texas.gov, and hit contact, you can find my email address. We have 4 wonderful social media platforms that we encourage you to follow, because we're always posting something great about that's going on in our state of Texas. So thank you so much for having me. I know that was a little bit rushed, but I'd be more than happy to go over this program that wants to know more information.
I hope we have more time at the end, Mallory, so we can get some questions in there. But thank you so much. That was in depth. And yeah, it was a little bit quick, but you guys have a lot to offer. So we encourage all of our attendees to get connected. And if the city of Dallas can make sure that Yolanda is set up, if she wants to share slides. If not, Yolanda, you can come on and share a little bit about the VA. Thank you again, Mallory.
Thank you, VR. Appreciate that. I want to just stress one important point that a lot of people sometimes forget about. When we say VA, Department of Veteran Affairs, you have to understand that that's an umbrella that covers 3 different entities. So for instance, the VA has VHA, which is healthcare. We have VBA, which is benefits. And of course, as Mallory mentioned, the cemetery. So education and claims and those type of things actually fall under VBA. We get a lot of information or concerns from veterans who say the VA isn't paying me my money, but it's VBA, so you don't come to the hospital complaining about you not getting your disability. Okay, let's see. I just want to talk a little bit about something that I've done in the past. Up until 3 months ago, I was in outreach. And what outreach included for the VA is going out to, well, prior to COVID anyway, meeting with veterans at education places, colleges, universities, schools, and also employees, going to job fairs, anywhere that there are veterans. Our office is supposed to reach out to veterans that way and share our information and try to get it out to, like I said, some of those 600,000 veterans that are living here in North Texas. We want to make sure that everyone that has earned the right to use the veteran benefits do so. And some veterans don't even understand or know that they are entitled to some of those benefits. So I hope that you guys can, do your part and share it with other veterans too, that if they haven't already, they may want to enroll in benefits and find out a little bit more about what they're entitled to. The position that I have now with the VA, as I mentioned, I'm in the public affairs office, but now what I do is make sure that the stories that need to be put out, whether it's coming from our director or employees or other executive staff within the VA, that information is disseminated not just throughout the hospital, but throughout our community. We work real close with the media, the television stations, our congressional liaisons, to find out what are veterans saying and what do we need to do to make sure our healthcare services are as best as we can possibly provide them. Now, granted, I'm not so naive that I know there aren't complaints out there about the VA, but something that I do personally is take a lot of those calls, respond to the emails when we have veterans that have some concerns, and I do my best to work it through our system and make sure that we find a way to help rectify those problems. I just want to push pin on something that Mallory mentioned, the state home that's actually coming to Fort Worth. We're excited about that because that state home is directly behind our Fort Worth clinic. So it's going to be easy accessible to our veterans. And we're looking at that as going to be a big win for Fort Worth. And something else, Mallory kind of touched on the cemetery. Guys, every year the cemetery has Wreaths Across America, and get involved if you haven't already. Last year, myself and some others participated. There were over 60,000 grave sites at the cemetery, and just only half of those actual sites were able to be anointed with a Christmas wreath. We want to do better this year. We want every person that's laid to rest there to be able to get one of those wreaths. They're about $10. Yeah, that's a plug that I'm going to throw out there, but that's just something that's near and dear to my heart because again, I was in outreach for over 2.5 years. So that's one of the things that I did was help with situations like that to make sure that we touched all our T's, crossed all our T's and dotted all our I's when it comes to helping veterans, whether they're gone or whether they're with us right now. I'm not sure what else. If anybody has any questions about the VA concerns, please let me know. And my information will be, I'll put it in chat for you guys to contact me if necessary. And I do want to stress the fact that we want to vaccinate as many people as we possibly can. Right now, we have walk-in vaccinations at our Dallas location and our Fort Worth location, as well as in Bonham. So not only veterans, but their spouses and their caregivers can enroll, can actually register and receive those vaccinations. And in the past, I know that veterans who had other than honorable discharges couldn't receive services through the VA. But when it comes to the vaccinations, we're opening that up to any veteran, regardless of their background or their type of discharge. So just want to put that out there that we're trying to reach every single veteran that wants to get the vaccination. We're going to make that available to them. And again, if anybody has any questions, you can reach me at the email that I'll put in chat for later.
And yeah, Yolanda, we're going to circle back around and have questions. So hopefully they might have some in chat that we can answer today. But they have your email address to continue to connect with you. And City of Dallas, hopefully we have Alexa set up for her presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Awesome.
Okay. Hey everybody, again, Alexa Petty with Combined Arms on the Texas Veterans Network team. Combined Arms is a collaborative backbone organization that brings together the nonprofits, state agencies, and federal agencies that serve veterans and their family members across Texas. We do serve active duty, guard, reservists, family members, caregivers, and also we have a large special immigrant visa population in Houston. And so we do serve those folks as well. So we partner with over 150 nonprofits, and again, the state agencies and federal agencies too, of course, Those nonprofits that we partner with are best-in-class organizations that have been fully vetted. And then they are also held accountable to responding to clients whenever they get connected to them. So we really convene all of those resources on our platform, on the Combined Arms technology, which is based on Salesforce, for clients to get connected to those resources, over 500 different unique resources across the state of Texas. So the Texas Veterans Network is an initiative that was started by the Texas Workforce Commission, and Combined Arms was awarded a piece of that grant to serve Houston, North Texas, the Panhandle, El Paso in the West Texas area, and then much of rural Texas as well. So the areas in red here are the service areas covered by Combined Arms. In the last year, we just hit our 1-year mark in the middle of April. We served just over 10,000 unique clients and connected them to over 20,000 resources. So on average, our clients are looking for 1 to 2 different types of resources in the platform. And we have over 150 organizations in the portal currently. So this is how clients get connected to us. They come onto our site, they take an assessment, and then get connected to resources. All the resources in our system tend to fall under these 9 main categories. So career services is #1 far and away requested resource across the state. So we saw that in Houston for a long time. And then as we grew into these new markets, we also saw that same request, with the exception of when the pandemic hit, we did see financial assistance and food assistance creep up there to the top as one of those top requested resources. Again, so as clients come in and they create a profile and they take an assessment on our site, they're getting connected to the organizations that they qualify for. So we look at the organization's qualifying questions that they would typically ask their clients, build that into the platform so that whenever a client takes that assessment, they only see the organizations that they can connect with based on their demographic information, based on where they live, based on the way they answer that assessment. And then again, we turn it on that organization and hold them accountable to respond to our clients within 72 hours. So that client connects with the organization will then receive notification of that connection, and then they reach out directly to the client. On the left here, you can see just a screenshot of our mobile app. So our volunteers, our member organizations, and just general community supporters have access to this app so that they can use the check-in feature to refer clients into our system to those organizations that serve veterans and their family members. This is just a quick screenshot of what a client's portal looks like. So we've also added an education assessment because we did see a lot of clients looking for education resources. So that's a new assessment that we've added. But then clients just come in and they click on the specific assessments they're wanting. And then after answering about 5 to 10 questions, they see the organizations that they qualify for and they can get connected. So I mentioned over 150 member organizations. So obviously don't have all of those listed here, but these are some of those national or statewide organizations that I'm sure a lot of you have heard of and probably have worked with on a regular basis. These are some of those organizations that we've had in our platform since the very beginning, and we continue to work with them and continue to grow the network as we bring Combined Arms to these new communities and bring in those local organizations as well. And again, here is the contact information for the regional managers across the state. So if you have anybody who's in one of these other regions, feel free to reach out to the regional manager or to myself, and I can get you connected to those folks as well. Thank you.
Lexi, thank you so much for that great presentation. I invite all of our panelists for the nonprofit service providers to jump on or open your screens. Great. And so what I want to do now is offer up a couple of questions. And as we see questions that fall into that, we can go back to them. So I want to start with you, Catherine. Can you tell us a little bit about how TVC has pivoted your programs in this area of COVID to continue to serve your clients?
Okay, well, one of the ways that we've been able to continue to assist our clients. And our department worked from home anyway, so it was just business as usual. We continued to contact different service organizations along with our veteran community to offer the services and benefits to assist them to meet their unmet needs. Again, it was just business as usual for our department.
Thank you. And Mal, we know that there's been a lot of issues with housing during COVID. Have you guys seen any impact in your area? And is there anything that the Texas Land Board has been able to do in that arena?
If anything, we have been seeing the applications just go skyrocket during COVID. We've actually had to bring on more people in our loan department just to keep up with all of the applications that are coming in. More specifically, because everyone's home right now, everyone's getting honey-do projects and they want to fix up their house. But one of the things that my coworker and I kind of developed in April, shortly after I started, was doing like a weekly or a monthly lunch learn, which has now turned into weekly Zoom at noon on Fridays at noon, where veterans can sign up, and every Friday at 12 o'clock for 30 minutes, we will go through our entire presentation, take questions from our veterans if they have any about our programs. And, also we have, or me specifically, I've been really trying to hit hard into the business communities because that's where the veterans are. And that's who, we're trying to reach, because it's just been astonishing to me how little our veterans know, especially our young veterans. They don't know about us. And they don't know that they could come through us to get a loan, or, God forbid, if something happened with their roof, what are they going to do for financing? Because roofs are really expensive. And I'm just like, well, here's an option for you. And you have, a lot of time to pay it off. So, I think that's what all of our marketing coordinators and I have been doing, just trying to think outside of the box of how to reach our veterans safely. But, I think we're very fortunate to have technology such as this and Zoom, where we can still reach our veterans and, spread the message across. But I have to say, attending something like this today, I already have ideas bouncing outside of the box to work with our partners that I'm meeting right now. And, one of the things that we're hoping to do once it's really safe to get together again is do benefit fairs in all the counties here in Texas. And I want people like you at our fairs, because you have just offered so many resources that I didn't even know about today. And that's what our veterans need. When I go to shows and stuff like that, one of my number one questions I get is, I need help with a business loan, or what can you do for veterans in business? And here it all is right here today.
That's awesome. So Mallory, I love catchy names. So Zoom at noon really got me. So is that every Friday at noon, or is it a specific Friday? So you guys got that Zoom at noon every Friday with the Veteran Land Board. And I do want to stay in this pocket for one more second. What are the requirements? Because we've been having all of these storms, there's some massive rain and tornado warnings and stuff. So what are the requirements for them to put in for assistance with home repair?
So anything that could be covered by like FEMA or your home insurance, that would not be something we would cover.
Okay.
And also do not do like, if you wanted to tear like your home down and start over, that would not be something in our house. But I would prefer you to go to our website and then go under the home improvement loan tab and scroll about halfway down. We have a link that has approved and not approved projects. Okay. And it's full page in alphabetical order of projects we do, and then the second page is what we don't do. And I'm talking like, if you need a new hood for above your stove, we could cover that. New flooring, new carpets. So really, I mean, the eligibility requirements is really in that first page of my slide that I showed. If you fit into one of those categories, you can do that. And I also want to mention, if there's any actives watching, if you want to participate in our loans and you get deployed, we will hold your interest until you get back. So now
that's awesome. And is there a financial piece to that? So is this like any other loan that you're looking at their credit and their financing, or how is that laid out?
So they'll work with the loan officer to do all of that. But you know, I think it's just all about, you know, having that DD 214 or your active papers, and then they go from there to assess everything.
Wow, that's really exciting. For all of you homeowners out there that have things on your to-do list and you are a veteran, you might want to start checking off some of those things and get connected with the Veteran Land Board. Thank you so much, Marilyn. I want to move over to Yolanda and talk about vaccination. I know that the VA is letting us come and make an appointment, and now you mentioned all of the other locations. Can you get the vaccination at all the locations? And is the VA partnering with any community-based providers to offer vaccinations?
Well, I just want to give you a little bit of background on why we're doing things the way we're doing right now.
Okay.
So when COVID, you know, first creeped on us last year around this time, what we did, we actually purchased another hospital in Garland.
Mm-hmm.
And that hospital was used for not just veterans, but for Dallas residents. That entire hospital was designated to help people with COVID and to help the community at large with those people that couldn't go to the other hospitals because they were just flooded with cases. So for quite a long time, up until maybe about 5 months ago, we were actually dealing with only COVID patients in the Garland location. Currently, our Fort Worth clinic, which is located off of near I-20 and Highway 820, until 2 weeks ago, we had the drive-through clinics because, as many of you may know or may not know, but our Fort Worth clinic was closed due to the severe weather damage. A lot of veterans, I know, it was a big issue because they didn't want to or couldn't get to any of the other clinics, but we did do the drive-through clinic for almost 2 months over in Fort Worth. We also did the drive-through clinic in our Dallas location, as well. And we did drive-through clinics for the vaccine in Bonham last Saturday. Friday we did the walk-in, Saturday we did the drive-through. So we're doing everything we can to provide those services to our veterans, spouses, and their caretakers. Right now we've vaccinated, I think at last count, it was 55,000, a little over, close to 56,000 veterans.
Can
Lately,
you tell us what vaccination the VA is using? Do you know?
Yeah, over in Fort Worth, they're using the Moderna. In Bonham and Dallas, we're using the Pfizer. And people need to know that you can't go to one location for your first vaccination. For instance, you can't go to Fort Worth and get the Moderna and then go to Dallas and get the Pfizer. You need to get both the same vaccinations.
So I'll ask that question again. I know you noted the 3 locations where you are doing vaccinations, but you did note that you have affiliates across the area. Are they also offering vaccinations?
When you say affiliates, I'm not sure.
Well, you remember you made that list of 12 different locations. Yeah. Are those locations offering? Okay.
Unfortunately not. It's only Fort Worth, Dallas, and Bonham at this time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, awesome. Is there any other information we need to know around vaccination that would be important for our attendees?
I'll put the number in chat. I don't have the number now, but in order to get the vaccinations, you need to register. So we have 2 numbers that veterans can register. And actually, you can walk in and register at this point. I mean, you can go to the desk, you know, register, and then walk a couple of feet back and get the vaccination itself. So it's not a lengthy process. I was there yesterday where they were giving the shots, and it was like 6 people in line. So the need for the vaccines, unfortunately, and I'm saying unfortunately, seems to have slowed down quite a bit. So we have quite a number of vaccines that are still available to our veterans, and we want to use as many as we can. What we're going to do if we have such an excess, we're going to try and work with the community more and help those people that aren't veterans, because we don't want any of these vaccines to go to waste.
Well, absolutely, because I was just about to ask you about turnaround. So turnaround is pretty quick.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I'll put it out there for the world to know that as the center reopens, we'd love to host a vaccination set for our business owners that know that they can come to us. And so if you guys do decide to do something in the community, we stand ready to support that and to host one of those at the center. So I want to jump over. Thank you so much. You know, we never know if it'll get approved, but hey. So Alexa, I wanted to circle back around to you and let's start talking about sweet spots. So you talked about all of the different organizations you guys are connected with, but what are you really seeing the demand right now? And what would you say is Combined Arms, because you have so many different partners? What would you say is your sweet spot? You know, if people come to you for this.
Yeah, I would really, like I said, career services is our #1 requested resource, and that's everything from assistance with resume writing, interview coaching, to just general career search and placement, entrepreneurship. That's another top requested resource that we get that kind of falls under the career services category. And then we also, here in North Texas specifically, see a lot of financial assistance requests. We have partnered with the United Way of Tarrant County and Mission United, so their intake team is working with clients directly, and they have that kind of hands-on approach whenever clients are looking for that financial assistance or housing or mental health resources. They can reach out directly to those clients and get them connected. So they personally do see a lot of those financial assistance requests. But we
When
do
you
try to
say,
be really holistic.
can I just jump in a second? When you say financial assistance, can you be a little more, can you elaborate a little bit about what type of financial assistance is available for what or around what?
Sure. So, under financial assistance, we see big requests for food assistance, clothing assistance. We see housing assistance. So, some things that are just like Mallory said, some kind of like home repairs and things like that. Those tend to fall under our financial assistance needs. And then, of course, housing in itself, as in homelessness, is another separate issue that we do see a lot of requests for as well.
And through that assistance, are you seeing that a lot of people are being able to be served, or are we needing more funding, or what is that looking like?
Sure. So we do have quite a few partners for that, but as we all know, at least on this panel, those funding cycles happen every 6 months to a year. And so it's constantly changing, unfortunately. So we are always kind of searching for organizations that provide that financial assistance just to make sure we have the most up-to-date resources in our portal. But there are a few organizations that are able to kind of consistently provide that.
So we know that a lot of women became unemployed during COVID. And I'm just wondering, and I'm going to throw this out to all of the panelists. Do you know of any programs or anybody that's doing anything innovative right now to get women reconnected to the employment arena? Any of your partners doing anything innovative?
Right. Here at TVC, we are holding virtual events, showcases to really connect our women veterans as well as our veteran community to the employers that are actually hiring. We have employers calling every day, how can we get on these events? How can we become a member? So COVID has opened up a new era as far as getting hired and becoming aware of the employment opportunities that are out there for our veterans.
How often are you guys having your virtual employment events?
Right. Some of our employment services are holding events every week. It depends on the area. There was, I think about 2 weeks ago, there was a FEMA hiring event. They've had, I don't know the employer's name because I'm not in that program anymore, but there's an employer hiring overseas for those persons that may have served on a ship. So, and that's a little bit out of the box. There was employer showcases. Then they have the coffee tea where the employers has, it's a showcase, but it's just in a different format where they're drinking coffee while they're talking about the different opportunities that the employer has to offer. So I think there are a number of ways, new events because of COVID-19 that our veteran community can now connect with different employers in the area. It's
That's
really
awesome.
up to the employer. I mean, the
No, that's awesome
veteran.
because we have so many people looking for work, and that is a big thing that's going on right now. I'm gonna ask the panelists because we are way ahead of time, and I still don't see any questions in chat. But I do want you guys to have an opportunity to just share again any upcoming events, and upcoming would be, you know, in the next month or so. You have something that you want to make sure the attendees know about so they can get connected. And Catherine, since you're already up, is there anything you'd like to share?
Yes, I was getting ready to pull up my programs manager's email that discuss the different events that are coming up. So if you all would give me a minute and I will pull those up. So, oops, that's the wrong one. Yes, we have, that's in May. Okay, good. We have a financial wellness event coming up that was yesterday. Let's see. Else we have the spouse table talk that is coming up. We have our armed forces event that will come up on the 13th. The Women Veteran Empower program that was this morning, and the 29th. Okay, so right now I see right away we have the Women Veteran Spouse Table Talk that is going to be on May the 6th. And then we have the Women Veterans Armed Forces event that will be on the 13th. And
Okay, and that's all May?
Yes, that's in May. The first and second week of
Marilyn,
May.
we know you have your Zoom at noon, but did you have any other events coming up that we need to know about?
If I could share a couple of things that we do, or at least that I participate in around the DFW area, there are two wonderful networks that I have become a part of that really encourage the business community to come together. One is called Veteran Circles, and you can find them on Facebook. I believe it's Veteran Circles DFW chapter. And it's a network that is not, it started in Fort Worth and is now coming over to Dallas County, full of veterans of all different backgrounds. So if you need something in a certain area, there's going to be a veteran for you. And also this was recently started during COVID. It was the Dallas Veterans Chamber of Commerce that is located here in Dallas. And they are going to be doing a clay shoot on May 15th. And we will be there with a table. But I would also encourage anybody to go to our events tab on our website to keep up to date, because there are going to be shortly 5 other marketing coordinators around the state, and we are always going to events around the state trying to promote our benefits at the VLB. And if there's anybody watching that works for a military defense contractor or any other type of business that has a veteran resource group, let us know. We would love to come and talk to our veterans. I also do presentations to realtors, because realtors come every day and the rules of the real estate game change constantly and they don't know about us. So it's such a huge education. So that's what I do. And then I highly encourage everybody, when they sign up on our newsletter, make sure you check events, because one, that's going to be where you find out when your benefits fair is going to be, but also if we do any other important events that that we may do. And VR, if I could also add to your other question earlier, it's been really important to me to help veterans find jobs as well. So I've been speaking with people that have offered to do resume workshops for veterans. So, I think that's another important thing that we can do, because when a lot of veterans come out of the service, they don't know where to go. And sometimes they've faced where they have the experience, but not the schooling to back it up. And they are in limbo of where to go next. So, if I could be of some sort of resource to help, bridge that gap, I would love to be it. So that being said, those two networking groups with the veterans, the Veteran Circles and the Dallas Chamber of Commerce. Those are great resources to get started in our local backyard. And then just keep following us on Zoom at noon and our events website. And again, mallory.morris@glo.texas.gov. If y'all have any questions, and I would love to come speak at, any resource that I can.
Absolutely. We need to keep spreading the word because I'm sure people do not know the expand of what you guys offer because it's really quite a bit. And I know, did you talk about your burial program?
Just briefly, I also wanted to mention that our burial program is for veterans with no family. So if a veteran, him or her, finds themselves, that they're trying to take care of their burial arrangements now, and they don't have family, we will pay for that funeral at no cost to that veteran and bury him or her into one of our state cemeteries. And, like I said, you can, contact us. Eric Brown is wonderful. He heads up our cemetery programs. And, we also try and do wreaths and everything at Christmas. So that's, a special place in my heart as well. And, again, if y'all have any questions about any of our programs, let us know. And right now, because of COVID, we've developed a mail drop program where you can kind of do a community service project where you can send cards, letters, and drawings to our residents in our nursing homes because they haven't been able to see their families for the last year because we've been trying to minimize COVID. And you can go online and sign up, and they will pair you with a veteran in one of our homes.
That's awesome. Yolanda, do you have anything you'd like to share?
Yeah, I definitely do. Something that I'm concerned about is that during COVID, there were a lot of appointments that were missed, canceled, etc. And in particular, women missed those annual mammograms and pap smears and other appointments that we as women need constantly. Because of that, I've found out, and I recently read some information that cancer rates went up drastically because so many women did miss those appointments. So if you or someone you know that this has happened to, what the VA is trying to do is get those women in as soon as possible. And men have some of these types of cancers as well, breast cancer, etc. But we want to make sure that we help those folks that were affected by this because we don't want the cancers to get worse and, may not be able to take care of in the past, in the future. Also, I want to mention just really quick, even though I'm no longer involved in outreach, if you know of organizations that has a group of veterans, for instance, we have what's called VIRGs, Veteran Information Resource Groups at different locations, and they have veterans that really need information on how to get enrolled in healthcare, what benefits are available to them, how to go about filing for claims, because right now, VBA, who I mentioned before, usually does those claims. They're no longer in our hospital. Everybody's working from home. And from what I understand, it's really hard getting a hold to some of those people. But again, if you or anyone you know, any group of veterans that are having a tough time with those claims, reach out to me. Even though it's not part of my job anymore, it's definitely something I want to be involved with because we don't want any veteran to be left behind, whether it's the healthcare, getting enrolled, finding out whether or not they're eligible for different benefits and getting those claims in, because the claims are moving a lot faster now because the way things are going in the United States. But if our veterans don't know how to go about filing those claims, they should definitely not go about it by themselves. They need to have an advocate. So again, just shoot me an email and I'll definitely connect you with the right people or person to get some of that stuff done. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And Alexa?
Yes, we also are doing a lot of Facebook Live events. I know VR, you mentioned yours, and Mallory has her Zoom at noon. We also do a lot of Facebook Lives to talk with our providers and with our new providers as we onboard them so the community can learn about the type of resources that are available. And then a few of our providers that have events coming up that come top of mind is the Mission Continues. They do food drives, the mobile food pantry every month. They have 2 different locations. So if you just go on their website, they have those listed each month. I think the next one is May 8th. And then the Travis Manion Foundation is doing the Manion WOD this weekend on May 1st. So the workout to honor Travis Manion is going to be at 2 different CrossFit locations here in North Texas. So if you need details on that, I'll put my email in the chat, but it's also on their website as well. So those are a few events that come top of mind here shortly.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, we are well ahead of time. Our session is supposed to end at 2:55. I don't see any questions in the chat. And to me, Thursday is really the beginning of the weekend. So we can always end a little bit early so people can get off and get to do what they need to do early for the day. I do want to circle back around one more time and see if there's anything else that we missed or that you guys want to share before we close out our panel discussion. So Alexa, you're already up. So why don't you tell us, is there anything else we need to know? Anything else you want to share with our participants before we close out our session?
Sure. I know the last panel talked a little bit about some of their success stories. So I just want to bring up kind of an example of how our platform has helped serve clients. So
Awesome.
we also partner with the University of Texas at Arlington. So their student veterans office works with us. So recently they had a veteran come to them who is looking for about 3 different resources that the university obviously does not provide. And so their director there was able to put the client in our system, got them connected to those organizations locally, and those organizations reached out the same day and got that client connected to really critical needs that they had: financial assistance, housing, things like that. And so it's just really awesome to see kind of the power of what happens when organizations collaborate and get those clients served. So I appreciate you having me on here today. This is also a really awesome example of collaboration, and I appreciate everything you're doing, VR. So thanks.
Thank you so much. And Alexa got it right. This is a great way to end. Everybody, if you could just share success stories so our clients know how you are connecting with them and helping them get the resources that they need. So Yolanda, would you like to go next?
I just want to say that we need to make sure our veterans understand that telehealth is a huge portion of what the VA hospital is involved in right now. I know some of our older veterans, especially like our Vietnam veterans, they have a huge concern about this because they're so accustomed to, actually seeing their PCP. That's really a tough issue right now. If you have veterans that are getting a little bit frustrated with the telehealth, we have teams that actually go out, help them with an iPad. We can actually, we're not supposed to really say this, but we can give them an iPad, teach them how to use it so they can use those telehealth, the telehealth process. Also, we have a lot of equipment now, and I don't understand it, so over my head, but it can diagnose the heart, the blood pressures and other issues with our veterans. There's ways to check the A1Cs and all this. We have a lot of equipment I didn't even knew we had, but our veterans can be taught how to use this and how to communicate with their PCPs using the equipment that we will give to them to use at their homes. So we need to really encourage our veterans, in particular older veterans, to use telehealth so they won't get frustrated, because I know right now making phone calls to the VA is a humdinger, for lack of a better term. I've went through the process myself. So encourage our veterans to enroll in My Healthy Vet, which is also a secure way of sending messages to their PCPs and their nurses. We just have to help them understand the importance of really moving into the 21st century. Because of COVID, it forced us to move in a little bit quicker than we anticipated, but it's going to be the way things are going to be for a while. So, the veterans that you talk to, please encourage them to use telehealth as much as they possibly can.
Yolanda, with some of our older vets and some of those that are not as technologically inclined, are we doing any kind of peer-to-peer vet? So you have a Vietnam vet that just happens to be a techie, that can help other vets in that age group kind of figure out how to do it. Because if he or she is doing it, then they're like, okay, I can do this too. But when a young person comes in, they think it's a young person thing. But when somebody in their own age group comes in, they're like, whoa, are you doing this? Like, yeah, no, it's really easier than you think. Here you go. And they kind of speak the same language. So I don't know if you guys have looked at anything like that, but you know, maybe that might be useful because like you said, we are looking at new norms.
Yeah.
And with new norms, how do we get people engaged effectively? And we find that peer-to-peer has always been a helpful tool, particularly in the military and the veteran community. So just a suggestion or an idea. I'm not sure what the VA is doing, but might be something that might be helpful.
We actually are working with some nonprofits to provide that. When I say nonprofits, similar like the DAV, VFW, some of those guys that we've been in contact with, and they've always participated in events at the VA. So we're sharing with them the importance of telehealth. And again, like I mentioned, we have teams that are working with those type of organizations to help provide that information to our veterans, especially those, you know, out in the rural communities. They don't, you know, want to drive to Dallas or be involved in all that traffic. So we're doing what we can, but what we want to do when the veterans reach out to us because they're frustrated with telehealth, then we have patient advocates that they can talk to, and they can walk them through the process of how to get in contact and connect with those organizations that can help them with the online process.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that, because you're right, that's a big issue.
Yeah.
So we all have to do our part in letting veterans know if you can't get down there, you may not be able to get down there. You got to be a little more open to some of these technological changes and advancements that are available to you for healthcare. So thanks for sharing that, Yolanda.
Absolutely.
Mallory, do you have anything else you want to share, or a success story? Somebody you guys have helped, somebody you were, you know, able to assist? Particularly a success story, because I think that's a great way to end this.
I'm really proud of the way our team has been able to think outside of the box to help reach our veterans in an unprecedented time. But I think my favorite success story that I've had is not something that really the VLB has been able to help with, but because somebody knew I worked at the VLB, I was able to use resources to make something happen. I had someone from the Military Veteran Peer Network call me. The veteran was in the hospital 9 days away from coming home, and Lowe's failed to build the wheelchair ramp to get into the house. And this man was coming home in a wheelchair and had many appointments after his hospital stay. And I was able to get in touch with the DFW Devil Dogs, and they went and built that ramp for that veteran. Awesome. It was just in 9 days. So it's just, you know, that incident alone made me realize that this was why I moved to Texas. This is why I'm here. I'm here to help veterans. And if something like that I could do is just make a simple phone call to make that happen, then it's all worth it. So that for me is my success story that warms my heart in the last year. But you know, for me, I was looking at numbers, and I've been able to touch over 600 veterans in the last year. And that to me is just astounding in the time of COVID, you know, and I've been able to do it mostly from home. So, you know, I can't wait to see what all of us can do when things get, you know, quote unquote normal, and we're able to get back out into our communities and, you know, really touch the lives of veterans to let them know, hey, we are organizations here to help you. And you don't have to go through this fight alone anymore.
That's awesome. And I love the City of Dallas. Their title is In Support of Our Veterans. So knowing that they have support, that they're not alone, and that all of these different resources are out here that they can connect to. And so while we're saying that, I just want to mention, for those of you looking for employment, we have Allies and Services. Again, that's Allies and Services. You also have Endeavors. There are other providers. Of course, we couldn't have everybody on here today. For our women, you have Attitudes in Attire. They do empowerment, they do career development, and I believe they're adding other services to their agenda, their menu of things that they provide. But we couldn't have everybody here, but we want you to know there are a plethora, an array, a variety of veteran resources. And I love what Combined Arms is doing, because you hit one button and you can kind of get the whole, you know, spectrum But you can do that too with TVC, and you can do that a lot with Mallory. And I think now that we've all met each other, now's the time to get connected. So you have kind of that easy button that you can touch, and then everybody's there, and you just figure out what you need, and you don't have to kind of run all over the place. And you guys, anybody that's been in the military, you know, we like headquarters, because there was a place you could go and whatever you need, somebody knew, and they were able to direct you in the right direction. And that's not the way the civilian world works. So when we get this one button, this easy button, it kind of makes you feel back at home with the military that, hey, there's somebody that actually knows what's going on and can give me those directions and connect me with the right person. So I just wanted to throw that in there while Mallory was talking about the Devil Dogs, that, you know, we've got so many resources that are not here today, but are here in Dallas to support you. And so Catherine, I want to circle around to you and share a success story. I know you guys got one.
Right. Yes, we help quite a few veterans. This veteran, I can't remember if she was referred to me or she just called in, but I had a disabled woman veteran. She called in stating she had been homeless since March of 2020. The veteran lost her apartment and job due to COVID-19. The veteran and her spouse had been living out of their car and just couch surfing whenever they could find a couch. Now, in speaking with the veteran, I learned that she really had not had stable housing since she separated from the military in 2018, and that the veteran was, had a disability rating of 70%. So, okay. So the woman veteran, I referred her to our VA social workers, and she had not talked with them. I said, okay, well, make sure you do everything they tell you to do. I refer her to Endeavors, our military veteran peer group, just so she could have someone to talk to. Because I'm sure if you can imagine when you're going through something like this, it's good to just have someone to talk to. And of course, our TVC, Veterans Employment Services, and Attitudes and Attire. A few days ago, the veteran called literally ecstatic, okay? She stated she had been approved for the Hub Bash voucher. Endeavors is going to be able to pay 3 months of her rent, in addition to the security deposits and the utilities. All she needs to do is search for an apartment. So she really did everything that the service organizations asked her to do, okay? And of course, Attitudes and Attire, they call her up right away. So she really is on her way to having stable employment. She just needs to stay connected with her VA social worker. So
Yeah, you know what, Catherine, that's a good point. Following through. Sometimes there's a couple of things you have to do. It's not just, you call a number and somebody's got a place for you and a key in the hand. There are some things you're going to need to do. So follow through is really important. And I know when you're frustrated and living in your car and things are just upside down, it can be really difficult, but we got to remind our veterans that we can help you, but it's a process. Right. It's still a process. We can't just, kind of snap our fingers or do any kind of magic tricks. We still have to go through the process, because a lot of this money comes down through grants. So we have to answer to other people. So all of that paperwork and everything has to be in place. But I'm so thrilled to hear, because she's a sister in arms, that she's getting housing, or at least she has a way to get housing now. And so, Catherine, next thing is now we got to get her hooked up with a job. She doesn't need Endeavors anymore.
Right,
so
right. She's on her way. She's working with Endeavors and as well as TVC. So, and she's proactive. She's just not sitting back waiting for something to happen. So she is on her way to finding good full-time employment.
All right, so I'm gonna give I get to do the last happy thing. And so last year we started our Next Level Business Transformation Program. It is a grant program for women veteran entrepreneurs. We had 4 women veteran and 1 military spouse that was a part of our program. And the program was designed to not only help our women survive COVID-19, but transform their business to the next level so that they can thrive. And I'm happy to say that 4 out of the 5, and only my 5th is not where she wants to be, because she was pregnant and had to have a baby and go through all that. But the other 4 ladies are just doing it up. One of my women just got accepted into LEAP, which is Impact Ventures, who's going to be helping her with her energy efficient and tech driven program. I don't want to give it all away, but she's got her own little thing that she's doing, and now she's looking at capital. Another one of our women got a grant with DART and also won a $20,000 grant that helped to take her program virtual, get transportation, and support all of her attendees with technology so that they could do their program virtually. And one of our other attendees just graduated SACS 10,000 and is looking at some grant programs for herself. So these ladies are, oh, and my daycare lady who was getting ready to pack it up, leave, because all of the things that was going on with daycare is not only found a new manager for her daycare, but now she started a new program where she is training other women to open up home daycare centers. So these ladies are kicking it out. And like Patrick said in our session, learning how to find opportunity. Opportunities are there. You just got to open your eyes, look around, be innovative, get outside the box. I want to thank each and every one of you for spending time with us this afternoon. You guys have been amazing. You shared a wealth of information. I encourage all of you to follow our slogan, connecting you is what we do. So get connected. And I'm going to turn it back over to LaToya.
Thank you, VR. I'm going to tell you, this has been an absolutely wonderful afternoon. I want to thank all of the afternoon speakers and panelists, Patrick Alcorn, Bridget Moon, Anna Baker, Alexa Petty, Mallory Morris, Yolanda Riccio, and Catherine Smith. But none of this would have been possible without Ms. VR Small. Let me tell you, I am the City of Dallas's first human rights officer, and in November, it was announced that we would be creating a Veterans Affairs Commission. It was one of those things where, yes, we get to create a Veterans Affairs Commission. We're going to support the veterans. Oh, Lord, we got to create a Veterans Affairs Commission. We're going to support all the veterans. And so it became this situation where very quickly I became immersed in the world of Veterans Affairs and starting to learn who our contacts and connections were. And Ms. VR Small is one of those pivotal individuals that I met while talking through some of the economic development opportunities that exist for veterans. And the beautiful thing about all of you is that you have not only a generous heart and spirit, but you also understand that every veteran is not someone who is lost and destitute. A lot of veterans, because they have a heart for service and have served our country and have served well, they want to do things on their own. Every now and again, they need a little support or a little more information, because we don't want our veterans to be frustrated. We don't want them to be lost and all alone. And we don't want them to feel like they're on an island alone. One of the beautiful things about coming from a military family is knowing that these people that you're, in my case, that my family members served with, for some of you that you all served with, or that your spouses are serving with, these people become your extended family. And in many ways, they are closer than even your blood relatives. And so it is just a beautiful thing and an honor to be able to work to ensure that our veteran community has everything that they need. As I get ready to close this out, I also wanted to take a moment to thank those individuals who were a part of this morning's panel. Mr. Barksdale Haggins, who is the City of Dallas's Fair Housing Administrator. I also want to thank our representative from the City Attorney's Office, and for the individual from HUD, whose name escapes me at this moment. Forgive me, I'm having a senior moment.
I think it was Eva.
Yes,
Eva
thank
Fulton.
you. From Fort Worth, yes, yes. I also wanted to take a moment just to do my little 2-minute plug about the City of Dallas Office of Equity and Inclusion. The office was established this year, and that office brings together 5 divisions. Those divisions that fall under the Office of Equity and Inclusion include, of course, the Equity Division, the Resilience Division, Welcoming Communities and Immigrant Affairs. It also includes the Fair Housing Division and the Human Rights Division. The Human Rights Division within the Office of Equity and Inclusion is charged with advocating on behalf of and ensuring equitable outcomes for Dallas's most vulnerable populations. And we do this by promoting justice, diversity, and inclusiveness. The division was established October 1st, 2020, and we have focused our efforts really around three major goals and strategies. Those are an anti-human trafficking policy, including an anti-domestic violence program, the ADA compliance and infrastructure improvement program, and of course, efforts for the Veterans Affairs Commission. The beautiful thing is, if you are interested in serving on the City of Dallas Veterans Affairs Commission, you can go to the City of Dallas's website, www.dallascityhall.com. You can click on the City Secretary's office, and you can then go to Boards and Commissions. You will find the Veterans Affairs Commission. We have about 4 spaces still available for individuals who live in Dallas and are interested in serving on the panel. This will allow people who have knowledge about veteran services, and people who are concerned about our veteran community and ensuring that the approximately 40,000 people that we know are veterans in Dallas are able to have everything that they need to be successful, not just when they're deployed, but also when they're at home. And that's critically important. So again, I want to take time to say thank you to our panelists. It has been an absolutely wonderful day. I appreciate everything you do for our veteran community and for the residents of Dallas. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And everyone have a great day. Bye, y'all.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Bye.